What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshi. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
Tradition is a fundamental aspect of every native community. Observing it does not only remind people of who they are, it helps young people to learn and also aids in preserving ancestral history, moments and efforts that binds them together, enriching the vibrant identity their community now exudes. In India, Dhanteras is one of such tradition and integral culture of the Hindu community, a significant festival that marks the onset of the 5-day Diwali celebrations, Festival of Light, observed on the 13th lunar day of the Krishna Paksha, which is the dark fortnight in the Hindu month of Kartik. The festival is dedicated to welcoming wealth and prosperity, reflecting in its name. Dhanteras combines Dhan, meaning wealth, and Teras, representing the 13th day. This auspicious occasion is celebrated with great enthusiasm as households are thoroughly cleaned and decorated, symbolizing the removal of negativity and the invitation of fortune. People create intricate rangoli designs and light diyas to honor the goddess Lakshmi, the deity of wealth, and invite her blessings. Dhanteras has roots in the Hindu mythology, highlighting two divine manifestations from the legendary churning ocean, or Samudra Mantha. On this day, the goddess Lakshmi is believed to have emerged from the ocean, and devotees worship her for blessings of prosperity. Another divine figure, Dhanvantari, the physician of the gods and an incarnation of Vishnu, also appeared carrying the Amrita, underscoring the day's connection to health and wealth. Astrologers such as Vats note the festival's dual blessings traditionally associated with wealth. Dhanteras is also linked to health, with prayers to Dhanvantari promoting healing and well-being. The observance of Dhanteras, also known as Lakshmi Puja, includes varied customs across India. In Maharashtra, dried coriander seeds mixed with jaggery are offered to Lakshmi. Many light sky lamps and diyas to honor Yama, the god of death, for protection. Evening rituals involve singing bhajans and offering sweets to Lakshmi, while families purchase new items like gold, silver, and kitchenware to symbolize luck and prosperity for the coming year. Village communities extend blessings to their livelihoods, with farmers honoring cattle through rituals and treats. In South India, particularly Tamil Nadu, Brahmin families observe Dhanteras by preparing marundu, a traditional medicine that balances the body's tridosh, marking an Ayurvedic approach to health and longevity. In Gujarat, family gatherings feature festive meals like dabat and malpua, showcasing regional diversity. Each aspect of Dhanteras, from cleaning and renewal to offerings and health rituals, embodies the essence of welcoming auspiciousness. Each aspect of Dhanteras, from cleaning and renewal to offerings and health rituals, embodies the essence of welcoming auspiciousness, health, and prosperity for the year ahead. Grace Komolafe, Souq News Television.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics, but it was very much one of the centerpieces of British iconic culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go, that's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practice for some classical concert. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes, listening to it. It's lovely. It's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So we used to have a nice cafe as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for Souq News.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself, agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for export, especially in high-demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
The much-anticipated Super Leader Conference kicked off with energy and enthusiasm in Lagos as the host, Apostle Success Haruna, delivered a transformative opening presentation. The conference, themed Leader Shift, brought together renowned speakers to redefine leadership and influence. The first speaker set the tone, emphasizing the essence of a super leader, one who communicates effectively, provides resources, recognizes both the strengths and weaknesses of others, and supports them rather than feeling insecure. He also highlighted team building as a critical component of leadership.
One of the factors is because our marriage is a beautiful marriage for 17 years. So we have been able to model what a good marriage is to the people. Speaking, I have up to 16 people, 14 to 16 people living in my house. It has been so from the day one of our marriage. They've never heard our voice. 17 years together as husband and wife. They've never seen us scream at each other. They've never seen us fight. They've never seen us argue, and they're hearing our voices outside. In 17 years of marriage, with the number, we have never had less than 10 people live with us from the day one of our marriage until this present moment. So what you model as a leader is easily communicated to your subject. That's where
The second speaker, Emeka Anslim, stressed that leadership is not about appointment or selection, but about direction. He illustrated this with an analogy.
You've created freedom to learn other things. Seeing that is going to learn again while others teach. Then when it comes back on top again. Right? Transfer yourself in people so they can take up tasks for you. When you raise leaders, you gain far more people than you can ever imagine in this world. Raise leaders, transfer your values, your nature, your culture into people. This is so important. This is so important. One of the ways by which we become an effective leader. Productive. Produce people after your kind. That's what God even commanded. Produce people after what? Produce after what?
According to him, effective leadership attracts followership by sustaining the interest of those who believe in and depend on a leader's vision. He emphasized vision, uniqueness, innovation, and creativity as core pillars of leadership. Adding a touch of humor and engagement, the third speaker, Ambassador Victor Walsh Oluwafemi, led participants in a brief exercise before moving into his presentation. He focused on leadership as influence, referencing key individuals who have impacted lives in diverse ways. He reminded participants that learning and education comes at a cost, making the convener's fee gesture invaluable.
And I grabbed that message that leadership is influence. Yeah. You can influence people either positively or negatively. And the question I ask people that what has been your influence? What are you able to do in people's life? Are you able to influence them positively or negatively? Many of us do this thing a lot. The role of social media. That even as a leader, you need to be cautious of how you portray yourself on social media, right? That's why I went with that handsome man, uncomfortable. Again, you know, social media has revolutionized leadership influence. However, it must be managed wisely. So we see some crazy set of very young boys, sorry for my language, and so we just come and say I'm the coach.
Of influence. He also advised leaders to be strategic, particularly in the use of social media, emphasizing the importance of knowing when to.
The conference was amazing. Leadership was the real deal. You know, it was content rich. All the speakers were very impactful. The points were, very, very valid and practicable. So it was a very big one for me. I'm so grateful that I'm here today. This is the best use of my time today.
I had to realize that to be a leader, a true leader, you have to show your followers what you want them to do. You share your vision with them and also do the work. Let them see what you're doing. They'll be able to replicate.
Basically, for me, is emotional intelligence in influence, in influencing people. So it's so profound for me, and I'm taking that back into my space.
The third speaker, he got to identify some types of leaders, and one of them was a transformational leader. That was really awesome. Like, I'd like to be a transformational leader, one that leads and then leave a mark when I'm gone. Yes.
And reassess. The conference wrapped up
At the heart of a strong currency lies a simple principle. The demand for local goods drives production, creates jobs, reduces reliance on imports, and ultimately stabilizes the exchange rate. Countries like Rwanda, South Africa, and Egypt have achieved remarkable success by investing in their own industries. Rwanda has built a textile industry that competes with foreign imports. South Africa has developed a powerful automobile sector, and Egypt has excelled in agribusiness exports. These nations have strengthened their currencies by prioritizing local production, consumption, and exports. Nigeria, with its vast resources, stands at the threshold of a similar transformation. When Nigerians buy locally made products, fewer dollars flow out of the country for imports, preserving foreign exchange reserves. As local industries become more competitive, they can also expand exports, particularly under the African Continental Free Trade Area, bringing in foreign exchange and strengthening the naira. In 2022, Nigeria spent over $9 billion on food imports. If just half of that had been directed towards locally made goods, it could have significantly reduced pressure on the naira. The key lies in industries with the potential to drive economic growth: agro-processing, textiles, automotive, technology, and leather goods. Nigeria is already a leader in agriculture, but to fully benefit, the country needs to move beyond exporting raw commodities to processed goods. Products like cashew nuts, shea butter, palm oil derivatives, and hibiscus flowers command higher prices internationally. Ghana earns about $2 billion annually from cocoa processing, while Nigeria's cocoa exports lag far behind. With investment in food processing plants and the branding of agricultural exports as premium African products, Nigeria can bridge this gap, reduce reliance on European imports, and tap into Africa's fast-growing middle class. The Nigerian fashion industry has also gained global recognition, but the country still imports billions of dollars in textiles. In 2021, Nigeria imported over $4 billion worth of textiles, while Ethiopia, using local cotton, earned $110 million from garment exports. By boosting local textile manufacturing and using Nigerian cotton, Nigeria could reclaim a significant share of the $15 billion Africa fashion industry, positioning cities like Lagos, Aba, and Kano as textile hubs. Nigeria's automobile sector also presents an opportunity. The country spends over $8 billion annually on vehicle imports. In contrast, South Africa's automotive sector contributes over $12 billion to its GDP and employs more than 100,000 people. By implementing policies that support local vehicle assembly and production, Nigeria can reduce import dependency, create jobs, and become the region's automobile hub. Nigeria's tech ecosystem, home to fintech giants like Flutterwave and Paystack, is already Africa's largest. If Nigerians prioritize homegrown software solutions, the country can reduce capital flights and strengthen its tech industry, making Nigeria a global player in technology. The leather industry, particularly in Kano, also holds significant potential. While Nigeria produces some of the finest leather in Africa, much of it is exported as raw material. If we focus on producing high-end leather goods like handbags, shoes, and belts, Nigeria can meet local demand and expand exports. Ethiopia's leather exports exceeded $133 million in 2022, while Nigeria's remained under $50 million. By branding and exporting premium leather products, Nigeria can become Africa's leather capital, boosting the naira through increased foreign exchange earnings. To strengthen the naira, Nigeria must prioritize investments in infrastructure, improve product standards, enhance branding, and implement policies that favor local manufacturers. Consumers must also consciously choose locally made products to create jobs and drive industrial growth. The success stories of Ghana, South Africa, and Ethiopia show that this strategy works. It is time for Nigeria to invest in and promote made in Nigeria goods, solidifying and strengthening the naira for a more self-sustaining and prosperous economy.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Good morning, welcome to the Front Burners. Mark Twain says the secret of getting ahead is getting started. So we'll start this morning with lighting up conversations that will, of course, spark up change. I'm Blessing Aichi. I run with two gentlemen. One is Dr. Idaosa Osamanze and the other is Onyipere Kumala. You know we're a team, we're a crew that help you bring perspective to various issues, all in a bid to bring about change. Good morning, Doc and Priye.
Good Nigeria, good morning, Blessing. Priya, good morning.
It doesn't look like the
Good
holiday
morning to you,
got
Doctor.
to
Good
where-
morning to you, Blessing.
Yes.
This is the second day of the week.
It doesn't look like the holiday got to where you are and where Priya is.
What did you say?
As essential workers.
Holiday.
Yes.
Oh, yes, we are essential workers. In fact, during that of COVID-19, we're the only ones where
Yes.
the doctors were allowed to move around. I moved around a lot with my ID card. Whenever you are, I'm accosted by the security officers and flash my ID card. Press. Please.
Your presence.
All right, before you begin to go on your journey as a gentleman of the press, what you do, but we enjoy what we do because it's about serving you.
Priya was a gentleman.
Oh, well, the show will prove whether or not he's a gentleman. But that's a beautiful lady who's been smiling since we've been talking. Her name is Swift Aderitor, and she has a segment she doesn't want you to miss, and that's why it's called Something You Do Not Want to Miss. Over to you, Swift. How are you doing this morning? Why are you blushing?
Blessing. They say either the woman wears, the
dress or the dress wears the woman. You look absolutely gorgeous in red.
So I'm wearing the dress
today.
today.
Yes, yes, yes. Doctor, good morning.
Morning.
As usual, my brilliant tie. Thank you.
Thank
Really
you.
good. Priya, good
Morning
morning.
to you.
You are putting up this tie thing. You look good too.
Well, I'm okay.
Happy holidays, guys.
Yes, I'm okay. Well, you're working. There's no holidays. No holidays.
Good morning,
yet.
Nigeria. Good morning, world. And of course, like Blessing said, this is something you don't want to miss. They say your Tuesday morning thoughts sets the tone for the whole week. So think like a billionaire today, and let's make it happen. So let me jump right into it. My name is Swift Aderinto. This morning, the associations of Odogus in Nigeria have been thrown into confusion as Forbes magazine released a list of billionaires and only 4 Nigerians made the lineup. Dangote, who owns the Dangote refinery, tops the list with a net worth of $23.9 billion, and this moved up from $13.9 billion in 2024. According to Forbes, Adenuga, the chairman of Globalcom, comes in 5th position, having a net worth of $6.8 billion, while Rabu of Bua Group was rated 6th on the continent with an estimate worth of $5.1 billion. The chairman of First Bank, FNB Holdings, Otedola, occupies the 16th position with $1.5 billion net worth. According to Forbes, South Africa has the largest number of billionaires on the list with 7 persons, and this is followed by Nigeria and Egypt with 4. They say if you can't spray money, spray perfume. So until I make this list, I'm going to be spraying a lot of perfume. So my next story has to do with the words of Modai on Mod 9, red eye, red eye. Talking about red eye all over Nigeria, filling stations hike the petroleum price amidst Dangote, NLPCL, crude disputes. Our correspondent observed that filling stations with agreements with Dangote refinery have adjusted their fuel prices. In Lagos, Nigeria, the commercial capital, the increased price of a liter has gone from 860 naira to 930, making consumers pay at least 70 naira more than what it used to cost before. The increased price also became effective or effected in every part of Nigeria, like Abuja and certain parts in the north, who are now selling at 950 naira to 970, depending on the fuel station. Dangote Refinery said in a statement that they are committed to 7 Nigerian markets and would resume the sale of products in the local market in Naira as soon as it receives crude cargo from NLPCL. Daddy Tinubu, please come to our rescue. But there are indications that the Naira to crude policy from the federal government may continue, as insider information from the Sugar Corner says that there are some talks about policy, and we hope this works out. And my final story for the day. AI tools, engineers, and code writers panic as Google introduced Gemini 2.0, its most advanced artificial intelligence model designed to handle complex reasoning tasks and greater accuracy and efficiency. Google highlighted that Gemini 2.0 Pro outperforms previous models in reasoning, coding, and problem solving. The model has been debuted on the top leaderboard, which evaluates AI performance based on human preference. We hope that, this gets better as we can now send, the Google Pro anything. They said the biggest risk in life is to never take a risk. My name is Swift Aderinto. I'm not leaving you. I'm handing you over to the capable team of the front burners. So don't go anywhere. See you in a bit.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Many thanks for staying tuned to the front burners on Souq News TV. This is the first day of April 2025. So, you know what they do on April's Day? So this April's Fool, the April Fool Day. So, are you going to fool somebody? I don't know. But I intend to fool some persons after the show. I hope they're not ready for me. But aside it being 1st of April, it's the first month in the second quarter of the year 2025. And it's also April's Fool Day. So the Forbes list, all of you who have been claiming to be Odogu, big money spenders and all, and you didn't find your name there. I don't know what you would say after now, if you still remain Odogu or if you still remain big money spender. But don't worry, there's always another year, so there will be another Forbes list. Work harder. I'm going to work harder so that at the end of the day, my name appears there. You know, I don't know about Doc, if he also has that plan to ensure that his name appears there. And then, you know, Swift can be very, very funny. She says, if you can't spray money, spray perfume. I don't know what you intend to spray since our names are not in the list of all the billionaires and all the Odogus, the big money spenders in Nigeria. Only 4 of them showed up on the list.
My own name is written in the Forbes 7 list.
What a consolation for you.
Oh, there's another list.
There's what?
Yes.
There's another list.
Another list?
Okay, supplementary list.
No, and it's not occasioned by Forbes. So there's another list.
All right. Everybody has a list where they have their name. But let's check some of the stories that made the headlines, aside that of the new Forbes list and the billionaires that made it into the list. So it's still about money. The World Bank has approved $500 million for Nigeria to boost economic stimulus. So in a bid to tackle pressing economic challenges, Nigeria has secured a $500 million loan from the World Bank to support its Community Action for Resilience and Economic Stimulus program. The approval was confirmed on March 28, 2025, and is expected to provide critical relief to vulnerable households and small businesses grappling with inflation, food insecurity, and economic instability. Here we go again. Vulnerable, provide relief to vulnerable households. You know, Doc, whenever this word vulnerable is used in Nigeria, it tends to cause confusion because people are asking, what is the definition of vulnerable? Some persons will say they are vulnerable in some way. Are they going to get a bit of this economic stimulus?
Well, it's a circle of challenge and trouble. And I think, a debt profile of over 146 trillion naira, with
about 48% of that being external debt at the end of September last year, and 51% being local debts owed to contractors. You can have that massive debt of over 90 billion US dollars. And then we are adding to it, so we have moved the debt profile to about 92 billion US dollars. What's the plan to pay back? Because responsibility demands that when we take debts, we should be able to pay back. And I think this is where, yes, those who manage the economy, there's so much of blackmail out there. And government is also trying as hardly as possible to prove to the people that they are sensitive to their plights. But who are these vulnerable? Where do they live? What are their addresses? Because how did we arrive at the figure of a 500 million US dollars to service this particular group in the society? All these conversations are things that we will have to deal with. How will this be administered? Is it going to be another form of palliative, as they call it?
They already call it stimulus, of course, it's palliative.
Like, as they say, but I say stimulus, that have been quite nice, because when you are stimulating something, what that means is that you are really putting something together that can jumpstart a thing. So take, for example, this is stimulus you're putting into agriculture. This stimulus you're putting into manufacturing. This stimulus you're putting it into tech to drive it and make it grow. But let's not see it as a palliative, because when the word palliative, you know, is like something associated with medical science.
It's even a wrong word chosen for.
Yeah, so it's like somebody who is dead, dying, and they were just trying to see how to help you to cope with the pain of death. But I don't think that is what the society needs. All the society needs at the moment is that we're looking for government intervention in strategic industries that will bring out the best in all of us and that will become really more productive. This money can be channeled into things that can turn things around. Yeah, we're talking about vulnerable people because we're seeing that these people, they cannot work, but they belong to some certain families. So if the family members are doing well, of course, it will rub off on these people, and we don't have so many of these vulnerable people. This is where government need to really sit up so that we are not just piling up debt. Even like the president said when he was talking about subsidy, that the future of our generation that are yet to be born, that we have eaten it today. And I think it is not good to go on this trajectory. But we also must be wary as looking at the Brentwood institutions who always will come to you and say, oh yes, you still have the liberty to borrow more money, because they say, of course, your debt to GDP ratio is about 23.5%. And if your debt to GDP ratio is 23.5%, then, of course, you can borrow up to like 50% of your GDP. But we are also concerned about the debt to revenue ratio. And that's quite appalling. And I think that is what we should be looking at, so that we don't keep taking money and, of course, creating problems for future governments.
You know, when we talk about vulnerable, there is the National Social Registry where you have that has a list of people who are vulnerable. But people argue how that list was compiled. Who are those on the list? Are they permanent people? Is it constantly updated? Now, you mentioned household, because it's also to provide support, relief for households that are heavily burdened with the inflation. So, if money is to be given to households, as we've seen done in the past, maybe one person is giving money in a particular household, it's expected that that takes them through the month. for basic supplies, basic needs. So stimulating the economy in that sense would mean they have purchasing power with what is given to them. They're able to afford maybe food and some other supplies. So as money goes out, the farmer, those who were selling, the traders, and then manufacturers are able to sell off their goods. But I think it could have been used more constructively or more creatively, because we've seen this happen several times. Even during the COVID-19 pandemic, that's even when we began to hear governments talk about providing economic stimulus for people to cope with that period. But we didn't see much of effect because there was, it wasn't very transparent how this stimulus package was provided. A lot of people claim they never got anything, whether it was food, whether it was cash, but some say they did. So it's an argument as to who are these vulnerable people? How is the list compared? How do we...
Can I answer the question for you?
Please do.
Okay. Now, when you remember, Empower, during the PDP days.
Yes.
If you are not a member of PDP, you can't enter Empower.
Okay, and then Sharpie, when it was now...
APC. If you are not an APC, you can't get in there. So what these people have done is that they list up people as party patronage. So whoever is in the state compiling the list is only putting names of party members. And these names are not verifiable. Now you see an old woman, for example, in my village. He has 5 children and all of them are graduates. And by virtue, because she stays in the village and goes to farm, is regarded as vulnerable.
But
but his children are all working.
She may not be vulnerable.
Yes, the children are all working. And they are sending her money. Nobody looked at those records. But because you just feel that, okay, you generate a name and say these people are living in the community, you put their name. But they have other sources where income comes to them. So the list cannot be exactly representative. Because there are real people who are even genuinely vulnerable because they do not belong to the people who are compiling the list.
Let me take this to Pri. We've talked about teaching people how to fish rather than give them fish. $500 million for economic stimulus, providing relief for household. Was there a better way to use that money? Or is there a better way to use that money?
Okay, thank you very much. You see, in every climb, both in the south and in the north, government have responsibilities. And the responsibilities of government are quite encompassing, straddles all sections and all strata of the community and the society. And we know that whilst it is not advisable for a government to consistently, give people handouts, it is advisable for government. It is not just advisable. There are injunctions and responsibilities for government to cater to the need of people at the ebb of society who could not do well for themselves. And in that case, we can cite instances of the social security method of caring for people, in other climes. And if we are to replicate that here, we have to make sure that we are replicating it appropriately. The issue with our country is that we are not replicating it appropriately. We did not set motions and institutions on ground through which can serve as vehicle to get directly to the people that fall into the category of vulnerable people. And in that sense, other political functionaries use that as an avenue to fritter away public funds and to deplete the treasury of the government. And we'll give a case instance. In this specific case, the government said the money was actually $632 million.
No, there are different...
there are different categories.
Yes.
Now, about $80 million are going for improvement of nutrition. So I begin to ask myself...
Forgive my laughter.
Yes.
It just makes
it's
me
funny,
wonder.
of course.
Improvement of nutrition.
In nutrition.
How?
So we begin to ask the question, okay, this sounds ambiguous. Could you please be specific? What do you mean by improvement of nutrition? Are you referring to the school feeding program? Is that what this is referring to, where children of people, children of vulnerable people are in schools and you needed to feed them because you felt they are not getting good food or nutrient meal from home, and so the government needed to play a part. How about we talk to the government about making these children of vulnerable people are taking care of their education and not the feeding? Probably the parents are subsistent farmers and they can take care of the feeding of their children. How about that? Now, even the World Bank itself that used to dole out this loan, there was a time in 2021 that it refused to give out the fund because it discovered some form of discrepancies in the disbursement of the money and the misappropriation of the money. We can, if I cast our minds back, we can remember vividly the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, even in this current administration that was removed, the Better Edu saga, that she was handling, that over 500 million naira was misappropriated. Even a predecessor was also being probed at that particular point in time because money that was developed, that was devoted and allocated to catering to the people at the head of society as a way of social security, who could not fend for themselves, or because they are not economically empowered to do that. The money was frittered away, and they were all being subjected to investigation. If you remember vividly, the president, there was a time he allocated some hundreds of millions of naira to give Nigerians about 25,000 naira consistently for 3 months. And the president had to suspend that program because he fingered some form of misappropriation in the disbursement of that fund again. So if the World Bank fingered or cited some form of misappropriation, the federal government equally cited some form of misappropriation, are there deterrent methods that are taken out on the people who actually are found or culpable of involving in this form of embezzlement? If we did not do that, sorry, it's going to perpetuate itself and it's going to continue. And when it continues, irrespective of the good and laudable policies that the government will have on paper to reach down to the poor at the head of society, it will not get to them. It will just only end on paper. Now, one other thing I want to refer to is this. There is a way that the Malam Nasir El-Rufai administration, when he was the Federal Capital Territory Minister, he employed some form of method to discover ghost workers. And if I'm to speak broadly, some other state governors themselves, they've done quite well in the civil services of their state, and they've discovered ghost workers. What method did they use to discover those ghost workers? Can we employ the same method and bring it into this arena so that we can discover those that the people are presenting as those who are receiving these palliatives while it is not getting to them? It is something we must handle. If not, we'll borrow loans to take care of nutrition and other aspects of society that we need to strengthen the man at the head of society who is not economically empowered, but we'll just be throwing it into a waste basket. Waste basket means people who are in position to fritter it away.
All right, according to the World Bank, so this project is aimed at addressing systemic vulnerabilities in Nigeria's economy. So I haven't looked at all the sides to read, so what is the plan? It doesn't seem like there's a clear-cut plan. So 80 million is to go to improving nutrition. I don't know what that means. That sounds... It's just very, very ambiguous. Like, what exactly do we plan to do? Is there a plan to say we're giving this to those who are into food processing to fortify food so that people can have more nutrients when they take the food? Are we saying that this is to provide maybe food to some people, to households, even the school feeding program, if we were to revisit that, at some point, you could see that the quality of the food given to the children dropped. So it's no longer met the objective, which was to provide quality food for the children. I'd rather you empower their parents so they can feed their children very well. I think most parents know what is nutritious for their children. They know what food to give them. And it will be more dignifying that children can feed well at home than they're being served, small meals, piecemeals, in schools. That's on one hand. Now, this package is also to provide targeted grants to some people. If you're giving grants to people, what area, what sector are you channeling into? Is it agriculture? Are you going to give grants to smallholder farmers? Are you going to give grants to
agro-entrepreneurs?
To maybe traders, small-scale traders? What is the plan? Or are we just going to be doling out money, giving handouts to people? If it's about serving or improving underserved communities, there are things that can be done that will improve the economy of those underserved communities. Do they have power in those communities? Do they have access roads in those communities? Do they have a market where they can sell? If it's an agrarian community, do they have a market where they can sell their produce at the end of the day? Are you creating things that will enable them to be productive rather than give people money by the hand and say every month we're giving you 15,000 naira, 25,000 naira.
25,000 for the first 3 months.
Oh, we're giving you
according
75,000
to the
naira.
social safety net plan.
Are you creating a place where these people can do some work? If they're vulnerable, do you intend that they stay vulnerable? Do you intend to lift them out of that state by creating jobs for them to become productive? So the society benefits from it, and there's also what comes out of there. So this plan of giving people stimulus is not sustainable. For how long are we going to be borrowing money to give to people? Now, you talked about the repayment plan. There is that too. How do we intend to repay that? Are we going to be piling debt upon debt? You know, I think the problem is those who give Nigeria the assurance that, well, every country borrows, we're still within a healthy threshold, you know, our debt to GDP ratio is still okay, this and that. They are part of the problem here.
You see,
because if we don't tell ourselves the truth right now, so in this, the budgets of the fiscal budget for 2025, we did well because we had less deficits as we used to. But if we continue this way, it means that we're only watering the gains that we've made. So whatever stimulus that we want stimulus package we want to embark on, it should be a productive stimulus, one that encourages production. If you're to give people money, you are giving them jobs. If it's a factory you want to set up, if it's a food processing plant you want to set up, if it's a farm you want to set up, whatever, they are putting in some labor that turns out production or equals productivity, and they are being paid for it. That way, it can be sustained. Not giving people, for how long? What is the value of 75,000 naira today when you take it to the market?
Months. The 75 is 25,000 monthly for 3 months for 15 million households.
That's what I'm saying.
That is what the presidency is thinking. Yeah, but
it is better you take half of that number
to what
out
extent,
of poverty than you give to 15 million households.
When you say 15 million households,
still there.
And okay, by our constitution, a household comprises of a father, mother, and 4 children.
So
that is the official.
A household of 6.
A household of 6. So if you give 25,000 to a household of 6 to feed in a month, maybe you're saying it's complementing whatever thing that they are doing. What value would that add? Like I have said, and I've argued on this table, I don't have a problem with government having to support the less privileged. But we can do this particular thing by making this money even to work for the government. Take, for example, can government decide to take a health insurance scheme for these people? So we understand that, look, this 15 million households, government has used this money to register HMO for them. That money is paid to the hospitals. Pharmacists get part of that money. Some nurses get part of that money. And then the money enters into the economy and it is circulating. So, in that case, you are making that money productive. The health facilities or the primary health facilities in some of all these villages can't be run, and you can actually decide to privatize them. And if private people are there and understanding that, of course, there's going to be full patronage because of this social safety net, then people will do well. But look at it the other day, United Kingdom, talking about funding laziness, and they are saying they are thinking of how to cut down on giving money to who are so-called vulnerable, and government is going to decide to see, let's make these people to work. I think dashing people money or throwing money at poverty cannot cure poverty. The only thing that can cure poverty is that we deliberately create opportunities for people so that they can earn their living by themselves. And if that's what government is doing, it will make a lot of sense. Because we have been on this road for too long and actually has not added value. And if we must do this sustainably, then of course you have to invest in people. You ensure that, yes, if it's seedling that you are giving to them that is improved seedling, that of course will make more money for these people so that people who are able can work. We have about 60% of uncultivated land. Agriculture does not require so much in our environment. So this is, for me, what government should be interested in rather than just borrowing money and doling it out. If it is money profit that we are making, it won't even be painful. But this is a debt that you have to pay in the long run. And of course, you are piling up this debt, and we are not putting program on the ground to see how we can also sustainably repay those debts.
Okay.
I think government should be working at improving the trust deficit that already exists between the Nigerian people and the government. So, embarking on projects that will make people feel like, oh, this is just another way through which money will be embezzled, or this is just another way through which money will go into ways we cannot account for, we should reduce such. Because if really it is to improve the economy, there are creative ways to do that. That the money, the loan is able to repay itself, and people get that, they feel that impact, that something that's happened to the economy. They feel that economic boost that we're talking about. Even if it's not just for healthcare, for other aspects of life that are basic. These people that you're giving this money, they live in places where they do not even have potable water. So they buy sachet water. Are you giving people money to maybe embark on some petty trade in a place where a particular item is in need? So that way, they are also making money. They are making profit. They don't need to wait for you to give them 25,000 naira every month. If you're giving 75,000 naira at once, it is for a business. Are you saying to this maybe a bottled water or sachet water company, we are paying this so that these people can have access to your products and they can sell and make money?
You know, Shibajo called that the trader money.
Okay.
In those
yes,
days.
they had the trader money.
Trader money.
Trader money, I think 10,000 naira.
10,000 or 8,000.
They had different categories. So are you giving some form of trader money to people so that they are able to make profit from it and they are able to sustain? If you give a household of 25,000 naira, with the current inflation rates, that money would not, if they manage it very well, it would not last for more than 2 weeks at most.
You know,
so let's be creative.
You know, again, even that trader money, as it occurred to my head right now, was supposed to be paid back.
Yes.
It was like a loan. So if you get 10,000 and you're able to pay back,
then you qualify for a bigger sum, yes.
And it was supposed to be incremental. And the design was beautiful.
But the implementation?
But we have no data on how many people paid back.
That's why I'm saying that when government embarks on ventures like this, where the accountability process is not clear, then you're making people doubt the intentions, the motive, and then the effectiveness of what you intend to do. So I'd rather that government takes a look again at this, if it's for grants. And the monies that they're getting from World Bank this season is just too much, in my view. It seems like World Bank is just giving
I think
free
government
gifts,
should
but
try.
it's not exactly free gift. There is another over $500 million that is coming for basic education. So all of these loans, do we necessarily need it?
Okay,
If we're to borrow, should we not be borrowing for what we need exactly?
All right.
Money was budgeted for the education sector. Money was budgeted for Ministry of Education. What are we putting that into? What change would this loan for quality basic education, what change will it bring about that the budget for education would not do? So let's be strategic in our plannings, in what we want to do, rather than just taking loan because the loans are coming. And then at the end of the day, Nigerians will be told, tighten your belt when it's time to pay.
Okay, a few things. First of all, so are we taking loans from the World Bank to feed the poor, to give food nutrients to them? Or with the vast arable lands that we have and how farming used to be the mainstay of our country, and how in production of cash crops and staple food we are a force that should be reckoned with. In order for us to defeat anything that has to agriculture, we cannot defeat poor nutrition by feeding school children without providing adequate security to protect farmers and to prevent criminals from ransacking farms in Nigeria, because criminals have put out lots of investors who have lost billions of naira from the agricultural sector. And if the government is going to tackle that, because part of the money is going to sustaining economic development at the ebb of society, and the agricultural sector is a target by the government. So how are you going to give loans, or how are you going to give grants to people who are going to be going to farms at the end of the day after they've invested so much, and all the loans they've taken from the government, that which they are going to is attracting like two-digit interest rates? Then they are now going to be in the hands of criminals who are perpetrating dastardly acts in the Nigerian farms to take away what they've worked for. So the government will need to tackle the root cause by providing security. And in providing security, if it will need to send security agencies to those bushes across the country. And I think this is one other area where the state was talking about forest rangers some time ago, because they fed criminals, have infiltrated all the forest and the bushes in the country. So we needed to protect the forest, including the forest reserve. And if we are talking about tackling agriculture, this is an area where the government would need to do. Without doing that and giving money to loans for business people and entrepreneurs to invest in agriculture, we would have defeated the purpose of that loan from the onset, and we will be getting nowhere.
Yes, I would wrap up by saying that giving handouts to people is only treating symptoms and not the root cause of the problem. So it's better we focus on the root cause of the problem than treating symptoms, because when you treat symptoms without addressing the issue, then the problem remains. You would need to keep treating the symptoms until the problem escalates to a dimension that becomes very difficult to handle. Moving away from that to the power sector, according to a report released by the CBN, power generation faces downturn and it fell by 1.64%. The Nigerian electricity sector slowed in the fourth quarter of 2024, with the electricity production index declining by 1.64% year on year. So data from the central bank has revealed this and added that this marks a reversal from the 5.55% growth recorded in the third quarter of 2024. So average estimated electricity generation rose by 2.34% to 4,206.50 megawatts per hour from 4,110.47 megawatts per hour. And if we look at this, for quite some time, Nigeria's electricity generation has been hovering around 4,005 to 5,000. We've not been able to do more or generate more than 5,000 megawatts, and that's very shameful. It's a big problem for the country. With the categorization of the areas for distribution, where you have the band A, band B, and all of that, one would have expected that generation 2 would improve. But it seems like those who are in band A and even enjoying a large number of hours are paying through their nose for it. What can be done to improve this power generation issue? We know that the equipment are obsolete. We know that monies have gone into it, but the more monies are pumped into that area, the less results we get.
Yeah, it's quite amazing. You remember yesterday, AGK was a guest on this show talking about Nigeria since 1896.
I've had
electricity, but up to now, we are not even able to generate up to 10,000 megawatts of electricity, which of course is the quantum of electricity that is consumed in Dallas alone.
And this is distributed
this is
for the entire nation.
Entire nation of over 200 million people, as we are told. And we are not able to do up to 10,000 megawatts as we speak. What are the fundamental issues here? Is the fact that for a very long time we classified electricity as a national security sector, that you can release it to other people to manage, otherwise it will be blackmail. But it has become like a farm to successive people who have been in that sector. And this is the reason why we are where we are. Some people argue that, oh, if government leaves generation to the private sector, people won't be able to afford it.
But isn't that a genuine concern?
But we don't understand what's the actual cost of generation. If thermals are built, windmills are built, solar farms are put in place, apart from the fact of the cost of maintenance, what other inputs come into generation really? Except that we buy gas to power the engines or diesel. What other inputs that actually gets into generation? These issues we are not talking about. People talk about the transmission. What's in the transmission? Transmission is the lines, the poles, the cables, the transformers. In my village now, as we speak, we are still contributing money to buy transformer.
It's not only in your village. It's in
No. I'm talking about my village right now. The people are still donating money because the step down they are trying to buy in my village is about 30 million. So the small community has been gathering money to buy that transformer. All the poles of electricity in my village, we bought it. And you paid the so-called PHNs to come and install them.
The discos.
Yes. So the question is, where are we actually spending this money? And these are questions that should be asked. Even Senator Adams Oshomole in the Senate the other day raised this motion that many of them sponsor transformer for their communities. And he said there's a list that is on his neck, even to buy for their community. So where is government actually putting this money on electricity? See, these are questions that we don't ask. And as Nigerians, we just allow things, and people just give us all manners of excuses, and we just follow them. Can a satellite actually be beamed into the power sector?
But
Maybe
several
forensic auditors.
Several searchlights have been beamed on it, and it's a situation of the more you look, the less you see. Let's come to the infrastructure aspect. So buying of poles, buying of wires, buying of transformers, buying of meters, and you still get to pay bills at the end of the day. It's a problem. And even when the transformer is bad, or your meter, for instance. So when there was the transition from the analog meter to the digital meter, the distribution companies at that time, NEPA or PHC, whichever they were at that time, came to collect that. They were collecting the analog meters from people. When people ask why, is that? I said, no, it's not your property. It's the property of the electricity company. So now people are buying the digital meters. Ideally, you were not even supposed to buy meters, because these are supposed to be infrastructure that supports the distribution. It's just like for telecommunication, people buy masts in an area just to have a network signal in their area. That's what it is. So it's how we have made things that are abnormal, normal, because of the gains that the institutions, the organizations, the agencies and establishments benefiting from it get. Is now seen as a normal situation. So for the generation company, the transmission company, it's supposed to be partnership between the transmission companies and the distribution companies buying those transformers, buying those poles, because that is the infrastructure, that is the equipment with which you sell your service. So why should the end-use consumer be the one paying for your equipment, and at the end of the day, they still pay for your service? It's an abnormality that we have made normal. It's almost as if it's tax. There are areas where people don't have meters, and so it's estimated billing. They still pay, whether or not they get power supply for throughout the month. If you get power supply for 1 day, 2 days, at the end of the month, they still bring the bill for you to pay. And that's why people lobby to get the prepaid meters. And it's just a situation that a lot of Nigerians are tired with. Nobody knows what to do anymore.
Okay. First of all, political will is known as the extent to which a politician or probably a government functionary, in this case, I'll put the chief executive at the subnational level, including the local government level, and at the federal level, the extent to which they put a commitment, give priority to a project, a specific project, because they are involved in providing solution to society, and not just showing that commitment, but they also take it as a form of duty to communicate to the people for whom they are trying to ameliorate that kind of problem, and to let them know the benefit attached to that decision that the government is taking at that point in time, and to be able not just to communicate it, but to carry them along and also curry their support so that it can effectively marshal out plans to doing this. And not just that, political will is both a political, social, economic, and developmental currency that every politician must have. Any politician that does not have that is going to mess up big time.
But it does have political will when it's convenient.
Oh, of course. So this political will, it's a luxury when it comes to the political space in Nigeria. Very few politicians in Nigeria have that. Because if we do have that as a people, or as the political elite or the governing authorities in this country, if we do have political elite, we would have prioritized power supply or power generation. 25 years ago, we would have given priority to that. And just imagine if we had given priority to power supply or power generation 25 years ago, I bet by now probably would have been doing 20,000 megawatts. And it's not the kind of 20,000 megawatts when the federal government or the power holding company of the country will come up and tell you that, look, we have capacity to produce 10 or 12,000, but where we do not have the capacity to transmit less than, or to transmit, yes, 5,000 or 3,000 to the populace of Nigeria, where we're having about 200 million people. Imagine the number of businesses. So if we're talking about national transformation, if we don't give priority to electric power generation, then it's a joke. Because if you look at all the countries that are industrialized today, for which they've made Africa and Nigeria the ground for which they sold their manufactured products because of their capacity for industrialization and the capital that they've built in place. It all came from power, whether it is wind power, nuclear power, hydropower. It all came from power, and through those means, they have equipped their economy in such a way. Imagine if China has no power, if they would have been where they are today. And indeed, when you go to some manufacturing companies or even companies that will borrow money from the government or outside of the governing authorities to be able to run their manufacturing industries or to run their manufacturing companies, look at where they get their loans. Look at how much they spend in overhead, and just look at how much they spend just in power alone. It is mind-boggling. So I don't think we are ready, or it's either we're just giving lip service to development in the country and we've not declared a state of emergency. Just the way the Jonathan administration declared state of emergency in three states in northern part of the country, just the way Olusegun Obasanjo found the need to declare state of emergency in some of the states, including Ekiti State, or taking the vital critical action against Odi in Bayelsa State, or look at the way President Tinubu have found a reason to declare a state of emergency in Rivers State. Have we not seen reason to declare a state of emergency in the power sector? And we are talking about development. We are joking.
Yeah, but there are also other sides that we must also put to this argument. And which are these other sides? Is the fact that even the generators, the people, the generation company Gencos, says, oh, we do 7,000, and what
transmission does it, TCA does it take, all of it.
Disco can afford to take is 3.5. So, which means you have energy wastage. Of
some
50%.
Some of it is even lost in transmission.
Yes. Wastage, yes. Call it wastage because the one that is not taken, the one that is lost to obsolete infrastructures and the rest of it. So, yes, you can generate 7,000, but you cannot distribute the entire 7,000. So, what gets distributed is the 3.5, and that's a big problem. And here you also have the fact that by the time Genco are selectively taking energy, like what this Band A policy has come to do, to really empower Genco to give light only to those who they feel can pay for it. And this is the kind of things that we see in the environment, the regulatory environment, that's not healthy. So they prioritize high net worth area and concentrate their power distribution because they are charging premium in those places. And of course, you also know that those places, they can even help them buy their infrastructure because they're also buying the infrastructure for them.
Yes.
So where, of course, people cannot afford infrastructure, they don't focus energy on that. And that is not good for a country that is also looking at really a good spread in terms of distribution of people in the population, the demographic distribution, that rather than de-urbanizing, so that we can have people actually also focus in the rural areas, where, of course, it's supposed to be the food basket for the nation. So you have made urbanization a huge problem. Because if you look at it in the 70s, urban to rural population ratio was like about only 40% of population you see were in urban center or less. Majority of the people, over 60%, was in the rural area. Now, but when you look at our population aggregate today, you are seeing that more people are in the urban center and very few people are in the rural area because there are no incentive in the rural area that will encourage people to stay back So everybody is aspiring to be in Lagos, to be in Port Harcourt, to be in Benin City, to be in Kano or Kaduna.
And
but
that creates problem for the urban centers.
And of course, that distortion in terms of demographic distribution of population is even a huge problem by itself. And this kind of policy, they call boundary policy, is reinforcing that kind of a thing. And I think this is where we need to really be strong, so that if the people who we have given these assets to manage, or they purported to have bought from us, since federal government still have a stake in it, can't we get more people who can actually invest in this sector and make it work? So that's one side. Then the second side is also the fact of vandalization. Vandalization and indebtedness in that sector. Recently, we saw what happened in Ikeja Disco. When the people who are owing had turned their creditor into a victim. And see all the video that is moving and how Disco officers in Ikeja Electricity were malhandled because they had the instrument of force. And when you actually put together what agencies, departments, and ministries of government are owing to Discos, you see that they don't actually have the wherewithal to also expand. So I think for us to be able to deal with electricity issue, government should be able to deduct at source from the allocations of ministry and agencies what they owe to electricity companies. And then we are then able to now monitor how they are investing in that sector. Because we cannot be owing them on the one hand and asking them to come and put more money on that sector on the other hand. Because the greatest debtor here is government.
Yes, it is good that those who are owing, government agencies that are owing should pay. But I do not think that it is because government agencies are owing that Discos cannot invest. They've been running since 2011 when they came. They met some infrastructure on the ground. At the time that Discos took over, you could see from the disposition of some of the Discos in some states that there was no intention to invest with the way they were operating. The assets that they had, they were existing majorly on assets that they met on the ground. So at that time, yes, even at that time, there were agencies that were owing. But I don't think that it was this much, because it's a pile-up of debt year after year and that. But we also know that Discos have been making money too. Do you know how much they charge on estimated billings? That's money too for them. Meters, some persons have paid for meters and they've not gotten meters. They are still trying, pushing for when the meters come. Even if it's a little investment in infrastructure that we've seen, we'll say, okay, maybe what is hindering full-scale investment is because of limited resources. But in this case, the Discos on their own have also been owing Gencos. They've been owing, collecting money from the end users, and not also remitting. We know the issue of bank takeover of some Discos because of debts. So it's just a circle where you have different issues. It's a myriad of challenges that is bedeviling the power sector. And it's going to take a whole lot to overhaul it.
The issue of even debt collection, I don't think it should even be a rocket science for anybody.
If you have metered
if everybody is metered,
then you don't have that problem.
Prepaid meter.
You don't have that problem.
You can't determine to have light or not to have. But of course, they also are frustrating the effort to even meter.
So that they can do estimated billing and collect more. So in their own way, they are shooting themselves in the foot. So I think that if they want to solve the issue, they know what to do. Meter every electricity consumer. Meter everybody. So if you don't recharge, then you don't have power. We'll leave it here and hope that the power sector would improve. Besides, we have other resources through which we can generate electricity. We have natural resources that the government can begin to put in money. Yes, there are solar farms in some parts of the country, but we need more so that this can become major source of power supply. And that's it on this analysis. Up next is Policy Discuss on the Front Burners. Stay tuned.
Eco Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought after city for its high end infrastructure, prestige, and well planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of "I belong" and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco-Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10 square kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkaland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower.
They say wonders never end. There's a new wonder that has happened, and gets you wondering what's going on. What's going on? How far do we intend to take this? Well, let me just spill the tea. So the thing is this: the Sahel countries, talking about Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, have decided to impose a 0.5% levy on imported goods from Nigeria and other ECOWAS countries. So the question is, how far do we intend to take this? We thought that after Niger asked for petrol supply from Nigeria, we're getting somewhere with peace talk, letting bygones be. But it seems no, that's not the case with the Sahel states. What's going to happen with this new development? Imported goods from Nigeria now will attract a levy of 0.5% except for humanitarian aid. That's the new development. To talk about this, we have Dr. David Masanga, who is an African Affairs analyst, and it joins us virtually this morning. Dr. Masanga, good morning. Great to see you again.
Good morning and greetings from Amsterdam, Netherlands, where I am still trying to fix Africa. First of all, I want to thank you for fixing Africa. And I want to thank my friend, that is the way. Some of you have said something. I was listening to you for 30 minutes. Thank you. We are not honest. That is the whole Africa own power and electricity. What? We are in trouble. My own country has a problem. But thank you very much for fixing Africa. Thank you.
All right, so I appreciate that you're trying to fix Africa. We are in that business together. You know that, right?
Yes, and I want to thank my friend in the again. Yeah, let him stay in that suit. So I am still in my African attire. So I'm ready to fix. Let's go.
We're in for an exciting time this morning. All right, so let's get into the issues. So the Sahel state, Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso imposing a levy of 0.5% on imported goods from Nigeria and other ECOWAS countries. And they say they seek this to fund a new three-state union after leaving ECOWAS. Is this taking the, let me borrow the word, beef? Is this taking the disputes between the Sahel state and ECOWAS too far?
First of all, thank you for inviting me this morning. I have been in all the three states. I have traveled in Burkina Faso. The younger gentleman in Burkina Faso is a great friend of mine. I've traveled in Niger. I've gone to Mali. They are friends of mine. I find something very, very strange happening in that region. One, we create problems ourselves as Africans. African Union, ECOWAS, East African Community, SADC. We create problems of our own. We have an obnoxious AU charter that has created us the monster we are going to have very soon in Africa. That once there is no democracy, democratic or a coup or this, you throw that sun out. While in Europe, they are busy cuddling that sun. That is one of the points that one of your panelists in your own presentation a few minutes were doing. As we fight, they are taking our meat. They are eating our meat. Have you seen now? They have divided you people there now. And that is why you see Sahel region organization is, hello, we are the same. We are same Africans. We have the same color. But when you bring your here, you have to pay levy. Where did the rain start beating us? But even you go there, there's something touched me. Nigeria has 241 falls. Did you know, people? Research yourselves. 241 waterfalls. But you import generators. You pollute. You are polluting. You are talking about power. There is more power to be produced in that country that everybody in Nigeria will have light in the smallest of Abia, smallest state of the town of Onitsha, Enugu, Madiguri. Everybody have light, but we are not people. Now these young men across the border are saying, hello, we don't want to operate the way we are. You people operate, but before you bring in your goods here, give us some levy. Let's start from there, my dear.
Dr. Masanga, sorry, I am still wearing my suit. One day I will throw it away so that I can dress African. But the challenge I have now is that to even find the African fabric is a big challenge and a problem because we have subletted that sector to China and Bangladesh. Now, coming to the challenge that we face as Africans, we look at what happened in Berlin in 1884, 1885. Look at Nigeria, for example. Cousins are separated by a single line between Niger and Nigeria in the northern part. And if you come to the southern part here, between Badagry and Cotonou, people speaking the same language, same dialect, separated by colonial line. And this is greatly affecting the unity of Africa. what do you think we can do to actually remedy that unfortunate incident that happened in Berlin?
Well, you are right. We must have a renaissance. If we don't have a renaissance, let's go to Atlantic Ocean and bury ourselves, die first. Because we have not looked at China, my brother. 40 years ago, China was the poorest country on planet Earth. With one rice scheme in my country, they were producing rice and enjoying some of half with us. Today, China has come back 40 years past. It did what we call, you remember the five, after Mao Zedong's death, the big five, the disagreements. China went back to the drawing table. Africa needs to go back to the drawing table. We have a lot of symptoms of neocolonial traits that are creating us the disunity that we have. We speak the same things, we do the same things the way the French want us to do, the way the English want us to do. Isn't it time to do a renaissance? Why then did Europe have a renaissance? Where I am here in Amsterdam, they had a renaissance. They have even pushed the ocean very far. A few meters away from here, if you drive about 50 kilometers, the ocean has been pushed. That is when they started developing. One brother in the studio said, if you don't have industry, power, you can't produce. You can't be economically, however strong you are. A population of 250 million people, 1.4 billion Africans are still looking for power, generators, buying generators. If a plane falls in Indian Ocean or Atlantic, you'll find how many generators will come out of that plane. We are polluting our continent instead of looking for ways, governments looking for ways. So we need a renaissance.
Thank you so much, Dr. Masanga. And in fact, let me take it up from where you stopped. 1.4 billion people. The other day in the Economic Forum, where we have two Nigerians, prominent Nigerians, one is the current president of the African Development Bank and the prominent businessman, Tony Elumelu, who were discussing issues in United Arab Emirates about economic development in Africa. And Dr. Akinwumi Adeshina, who has the details and the number in the palm of his hand, said that if Africans can trade among themselves, 1.4 billion people carrying out economic activities across borders and make Africa a borderless state for the purpose of facilitating trade among each member states, our economy will grow 10 times bigger than the way it currently is now. And if you look at the European Union, there is no borders. There are trains that can move from one country in Europe to the next, and it facilitates economic development among states, and they are not buying themselves out from each other. Why do you think the Sahel state is going this direction? Could it be a counsel or an advice coming from Western allies who want to actually cut them off so that there will be division within Africa and where they can explore to make sure that we do not come to that place? Are you there, Dr. Masanga? Okay, I think we lost Dr. Masanga for a moment. You know, recently the European Union sent a delegation to Nigeria, and they were talking about the gas pipeline from Nigeria, and I remember making
the Trans-Saharan gas
pipeline. I remember making a case, trying to go back into history to figure out when it started, and it's about 1970. And I was saying on this table that look, they've started planning for additional for supplementary gas where else they can go rely for gas supply for the whole of Europe by contacting Nigeria, because they know the amount and the tons of gas deposit we have as a country, and they've been making that plan for years. And of course, the relevant ministry and the minister in that conversation was, making allusion to the Saharan gas pipeline and how that will be beneficial to them. And we are looking at, okay, how is it going to benefit us? It's going to move from Nigeria to one other country, then to Algeria. If they are thinking that way, how come the African Union are not calling the heads of state together, or the heads of state, the leadership that we have in African Union? Do we have a collective development plan for Africa? Do we have a development plan whereby Africa, to an extent, develop all together at once, where we promote trade within ourselves? Of course, there will be some form of trade, and we know of the African Continental Free Trade Area where all African countries can come and participate. However, do we have strategic plan that will show us the direction so that we do not only serve as the ground for exploit, but for us to have a mutual development between our European partners and for ourselves only? For me, when I look at these Sahel states, I don't think this is the right direction for them to go, because even though they are the Sahel states and they are no longer with the Economic Community of West African States, that specific plan, if the Economic Community of West African State members would be included in that plan of being tariffed, no matter how small it is, 0.5%, no matter how small it is, what about other African countries that are not in the bloc of ECOWAS? Or how are we carrying out the issue of tariff with other countries, most especially from the West? How are we imposing this tariff? Or is it this just to spite, it's as if the fight is with Africans? Are we responsible for underdeveloping ourselves? And this is a critical question that we must put across to ourselves.
Okay, so you may be right in the thinking that perhaps there's some foreign influence in this. However, I think that the problem predates what's happening now, and that is disunity in Africa. So it's very easy for us to quarrel among ourselves and take it to the extreme. First, when the coup happened in Niger, and then ECOWAS waded in, but not in the way that pleased Niger. We saw how the three states that were already aggrieved with the operations of ECOWAS pulled out. Now, one would have thought that now you have your military government and everybody has left you alone. Time has passed, we would have gotten over that. And then came the talk about, restricting Nigerians from having access to travel to Niger, visa restrictions and all of that. It sounded funny, but Nigeria laughed about it because who's to lose at the end of the day? We joked about the doc even talked about how when a child finds yam in the bush, the child says to the parents, let everybody start eating their meal until the child exhausts the yam. So it seemed like at that point, Niger had exhausted their tube of yam that they found in the bush, so they needed petrol. Then they came to Nigeria, we want to buy petrol. Nigeria being the big brother Africa that it is, decided to sell or allocate some trucks to them so they could have some supply of electricity. Not long after, we're seeing that 0.5% levy is being imposed on goods from Nigeria. The thing is, who are those that will bear the brunt of it? Who would pay the 0.5% levy at the end of the day? So if you're imposing a tariff of 0.5% on goods to sell, it is those who are using the goods at the end of the day that will bear the brunt. So you are only punishing your citizens. But the question is how critical, how much of a necessity are goods from Nigeria to Niger? So let's say petrol, for instance, that you are even buying as high as 8,000 naira per litre as at the last time we checked. You impose a levy of 0.5% on it, you are making it more expensive for your citizens. So it's like you're shooting yourself in the foot. You're spiting, you're cutting off your nose just to spite your face. That looks like the situation. Who will suffer for it? Can these three states survive on their own? They say the money is to fund the Sahel bloc. How much of money do you need to fund the bloc? You are accusing ECOWAS of certain things, that ECOWAS did not bring development for the time that ECOWAS has been functioning. Are you not going the same route that you've accused ECOWAS of going? These are some of the questions that we should be asking these three states that think they can survive on their own. Yes, we'll have our guest, Dr. Masanga, back with us. The question that Priya was asking before the disconnection happened is, do you suspect some foreign influence in this? There's been talk about Africa trading with itself. There is the AFCTA agreement. How does this impact it at the end of the day? And what countries would suffer from a policy like this?
Thank you very much, my sister. Anytime I come to my friend here, the other younger gentleman, I will we lose the internet. But you have a point there. There is external influence that we must speak out against and call out. One of the biggest external influence
accused of being responsible for the network disruption. Okay, we do hope to continue our conversation with Dr. Masanga after that. But you know, I'm tempted to bring in this analogy of an abuser, the way an abuser works. So part of the strategy of an abuser is to isolate the victim from their support system. And then it's quite easy for them to manipulate the victim and abuse the victim. If there is external influence, as we suspect that there might be, it means that Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso are not safe. It means that they are on their own orchestrating what will harm them in the end. So the support system and the rest of Africa is supposed to...
in short, I was going to ask Dr. Masanga, and I hope he's listening, what's actually the value of democracy? Except that it actually makes life so miserable for all of us. We have had military transformational leaders like Ataturk in Turkey, Abdel Nasser in Egypt, who came on the scene and actually built a society that could be embraced. Because the issue here, which of course nobody is addressing, is the issue of the French government keeping all Francophone in an appendage where they have to overly rely on Paris to survive. That even their internally generated revenue that are made from their country are to be deposited in the European Union Bank to be administered by EU, not their country. And so they are taking resources from these countries and they are using it to develop Africa. That's one part. Number two, the Sahel had been engulfed in terrible crisis, which is of course funded by the Al-Qaeda group and the rest of it, and is creating a whole lot of destabilization in those regions. Now, to what extent has ECOWAS, for example, be able to stop that trend? Because almost every ECOWAS country is struggling with their own security challenge. Now, one is asking, what's actually the value of ECOWAS? Secondly, we're also looking at the young man in Burkina Faso recently turned down a loan facility from World Bank and IMF. And rather, he feels that they should look inward. We're seeing them also trying to cut down on the cost of governance in their states so that those who are the political gladiators are not paid excessively too high as against the real core people who are actually doing the job, which of course is the case in most of African states where you find your civil servants are not paid well and then you are expecting them to perform to the high heavens. Now, what I think is for us to actually sit down and look at these issues on their merits, not just because we have this understanding that the only way to govern a nation is except that nation is democratic, even when the democracy is not affecting the whole lot of people.
But this is beyond the system of government. Yes, the cause of the problem might have been the type of government that Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso have, but this is beyond it. ECOWAS have stopped intervening in the type of government that they have. but to take it further by imposing levy within West Africa, imposing levy on goods from Nigeria and other African countries. That's more like expanding the rift between these three countries and the rest of West Africa.
Yeah,
Okay, so, sorry.
What this means is that you are saying that, look, we want to build our state and we want to be responsible for whatever thing we're doing. Take, for example, Dr. Masanga just mentioned China. That at a certain point, when China wanted to get on the trajectory of growth and development, the first thing they did was to lock themselves out of the world for 30 years. Their air borders were closed, their sea borders were closed, their land borders were closed. There were no interaction. They didn't allow anybody to come, they didn't allow anybody. Now, what these guys were doing actually was to ensure that, yes, let us bear the brunt of our growth. Okay. And then they had that conversation. And a new language even emerged for that period of 30 years. And then, of course, what we see in China today is that unity that was forged at that point. Now, what this boy seems to be saying, or this man seems to be saying here, is to say, yes, we have been in ECOWAS, and he has not helped anybody. Okay. Now, can we really begin to look at our issue pragmatically so that we can deal with it as it affects us? Now, what it means is that we are going to pay more, but we ensure that what we are paying, we put it to use in this country. But now the question to ask is that when you look at these regimes, are they in any way principally different from the one that they took over from?
Okay, so now you have hit the nail, you have hit the hammer on the nail. And again, if you want to run your own type of government, does it necessarily mean that you need to have a kind of trusted relationship with your neighbors? Does it call for that? Is it necessary? Will there not be times when Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, particularly Niger, where it's just, it's very, very difficult to actually put a separation line between Nigeria and Niger, given the ties that have existed between these two countries over the years? So does it necessarily mean that they have to sever ties with other African countries? Would they not have need for these other countries? And that's what I'm saying, that if there is external influence and they are being isolated, will it not boomerang on these three countries at some point in time?
Okay, so first of all, democracy, the military government or a military administration is never the best form of government for any country. And we cannot say
that...
But
hold the thought. Let's take it to Dr. Masanga. Dr. Masanga, are you there?
I'm here. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please, could you please respond to the question about possibility of external influence and what African countries will be most impacted by this policy?
I don't know why imperialists don't want me to buy African people. Someone is interfering with our lines. But the point here is this. There is one element on the African continent that has continued to put us divided up to today. 67 years after independence in Ghana, we are still looking at a country in Europe, in a metro called France. The three leaders, my gentleman, the younger man talking, I am a military man myself by background. I am not interested in taking power militarily. Thank you. But at the civilian presidency around the Sahel, how they have operated, the type of corruption that you have been crying over electricity this morning yourselves. You don't even know where the right, the title, the truth, the what. Corruption divides us. When Dangote wanted to make a refinery in your country, no sooner had he announced about than he was fought by Total Oil. Look, you have even given Total Oil the right to your football. I believe my friend in a suit there likes like I am. I like football. I am a Liverpool supporter for 47 years now. Let me tell you frankly, look at this. We have all to sponsor our own football on African continent. France has to dismember us, and it will dismember us as long as we united, as long as we have got bad organizations like ECOWAS, like East African Community, like AU. It is empty, it's dead. It is a walking corpse, dead. When you go to AU, you find this division of France on the table. Now, ask me, didn't we engage these younger men across north of your border? We threatened them. You went and threatened this guy of... Look at yourself. If you're a Nigerian, be honest. You want $10,000 and you go to near, you want it. It will come in 5 minutes in a bank. Our biggest population in Africa, a country with 250 million people. You want $10,000 in Lagos. Do you know what? It's better for this kingdom than receiving that money in 10 minutes in Lagos or Abuja or Onitsha. Wait for weeks. That is where the problem is. So the younger men there, in Burkina Faso, in Mali, they have worked, they are working. They have put their money there, and they are going to levy you even more. You know, the people inside there, very few people can be disgruntled. What is anyway? What is democracy? Democracy in the UK came after 1,000. How many people were killed in the United Kingdom before democracy? It's 1,000 years. You are talking of 67 years. You are harassing people of a system which is not yours. Why don't we go to the China system? China closed the borders. Say don't. They closed. 40 years passed. 10 years ago, they started busting, open the borders. They had already made them worth it. For us, I am not an advocate of military coups because I don't like your man Obasanjo who overthrew governments there and he runs around to say he's doing a peace process in Africa. What process? When you overthrow a government, it at home. You know, you did it, you don't give a good example. Can I speak my mind? I'm in that category of theirs. They're my age. We must help you. We must speak for you. There are some people in Africa who are making it very bad. You go run to the French. I also, we are done. We are done. So, men there in the Sahel, keep it going. Yes. And we have not persuaded them. You see that? We are Nigeria threatened Niger. Niger said, bring it on. Now they went. We talking to them, my fellow people in the studio. It is very perfect. Instead of talking to these younger men who have picked up guns and overthrown the government, to France to fly to find, your president was busy in France trying to find how Macron is a small young man. What a big guy going to sneak a younger man of 39, is it 41 or what? He's not even my firstborn. You know, that you kneel before him to ask for what? What is our problem? What are we asking for? This military are doing better than the civilian government. Look at Conde. Conde was still until he was found with his trousers open. You know, look at the other one. In all of them, Mali, look at the other man. They want to extend the constitution in order to stay in power. Look at Zimbabwe. The guy in his wants to even extend the constitution to go to 2030. What's wrong with Africa? What's wrong in Africa? External pressure from the French. The French should leave us alone. At least they left us with English. We are speaking very good English. Today we have PhDs, hold this doctorate, that. They have never come back to assimilate. The French still continue with the policy of assimilation. The West African states, the Sahara region, go deeper into Boko Haram. Where are the offices of Boko? You find them in Qatar. Who deals with Qatar? You know. Now tell me, wherever you see oil, you see Qatar. Aha. They come to Africa to create a problem. Look at Libya, Sahara region again. Libya is into two. Tell me, who is dividing Libya? Under who? Qatar. Let's go. Now you are telling
this division ongoing now. What do you think this Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali story portends for the rest of Africa? Does it set precedents for further division?
Yes. It is. You asked who sets the precedent? Let me tell you, what is in Burkina Faso? I don't know why the internet is not giving us good time. What is in Burkina sets precedents? Everybody in Africa is saying, go to Faso, go to Burkina Faso and see what is going on there. I have been there. The type of development since this man took over power, he has bought ambulances, 4x4 wheel drive, 100 of them. You can drive to any small remote area and treat a, do some minor surgery. Some of our countries buy big, some are even buying planes. Yes, leaders in our countries are buying, instead of buying medical equipment, instead of buying electricity, like what you have said, there are 241 waterfalls in Nigeria. You have nothing but only pollution, which you carry from Europe. A generator everywhere. When you fly over Nigeria at night, it's to be in hell. Yes, because you don't see anybody. You only see Lagos, then Abuja, then another one. But we have a lot of water, can produce eco-free systems. We have electricity without issue. Now, my sister, it is setting a very good example. And I don't blame people. It might not be here 30 years to come. But the situation is, I tell you, the situation is going to change. What is wrong? Trump is putting levy on Mexico. Trump is levy on Canada. If Nigeria wants, it can levy. But these three countries have gone. They have gone. Until we talk to them, they have gone. In fact, they have even made a passport. Why are you crying, lamenting? Why are you writing books of lamentation? ECOWAS cannot ECOWAS itself. It can't. It relies on France. Hello, when are you giving us for military support in Gambia? Senegal was paid money to remove Yaya, that dictator there who was cutting people's hands. I also to remove him because I did not like him. You know, I went there and I put myself in Banjul, and we got rid of him. He's a very bad man. But Senegal was paid. Now, if you are having your own money, how will you talk of unity? Every time we unite, France comes with money. The last thing before the internet disrupts me again. We were at the AU, my father with the suit and the younger man and my hostess, the lady. But let me tell you, it was drama at the AU. We arrived in the AU, two candidates from the French former arrived on the scene. The drama started. To see that we Africans are even, you know what, we are poisoned. Is it a curse? Can I tell it a curse? People started voting those lines.
Okay, Dr. Masanga. Now, you've been to the 3 Sahel countries and you've seen some positive developments that, of course, quite different from what has been happening with the political actors in those countries. And they seem to be setting the right precedent right now because of reducing cost of governance, which has been a very huge problem in Africa. What do you think is the room left for ECOWAS and indeed AU to reintegrate these 3 countries so that we can actually sit down around the table and talk about the real issue without necessarily have to blow the trumpet of the West in terms of overrating the value of democracy in Africa?
Yes, form the charter. My brother, this time, this is the debate I want. Form the charter, the AU charter. You see, we made the charter in 1963. It says, once someone picks up guns to overthrow, is the regime in Iran, Iraq, wasn't it overthrown and installed? Afghanistan. What happened? Went there, threw out people, installed. Another place, Iraq, installed. Another one now, you see, Syria. Tells us not to deal with these things. They deal with the man in Syria. You overthrew Assad and placed a terrorist that you have been looking for. He's now the president of Syria. Now they come to Africa to say, must observe standards. Military should not be allowed. Look, the power. There is no government in the Pentagon, in the US without the Pentagon. I'm telling you, I've studied the subject. Challenge me, even when I'm going to the grave. There's no government in the US without the Pentagon. There's no government in China without the Red Army. There's no government in Russia without the army. Now they come to Africa. There is no government institution. The monarch in the UK finds itself the strength in the army, the nuclear weapons, the what. All governments form themselves on the basis of the military. If you have the military capability, you are worth respected. So you find that the hybrid system of silent democracy, hybrid system, military here and civilian here, governments have lasted long. For us in Africa, they tell us, no. In the Charter of African Union, 1963, we have put even a clause that as soon as you over a government, you are put out to die on your own. We have not read the prodigal son story.
Cannot continue with the conversation until the network connectivity is resolved. In the meantime, we continue the conversation right now in the studio. Now, from all that Dr. Masanga has said, complaining about the way Africa is being run by its leaders, neglecting security and looking at what the other countries have been able to achieve when China locked themselves in what they did, and even with US. Now, if we were to go forward, looking at this type of protectionism that is being employed by the Sahel states, is there a lesson to learn there by Nigeria and other African countries? It may not be going the route of having a coup, but what can all the rest of Africa learn from these 3 states?
Okay, so let me come in here. I think what we are missing here is this. There is no under any circumstance which should promote military government or
We're not talking
military.
about promoting.
I
We're talking
know.
about
I'm
what
not
they've been able
referring
to
to.
do
I'm not.
now.
Yes. I know, because it from all aspects, what we are seeing is that this is including the civilians in these three states. They were hailing them when they emerged to become. It should not be allowed to continue. And what I mean by it should not be allowed to continue means that it is incumbent on the civilian administrations and the democracies we have in these governments, in countries that are still practicing democracy, to make sure that they govern in such a way that the dividends of democracy, the dividend of economics, the purchasing power of this of the people at the ebb of society, and development should trickle down to the people at the grassroots, at the ebb of society. It is very, very worrisome when security, which is the primary responsibility of government, is out of control, because these are still the military authorities that are in power, that are subject to the control and the instruction of the civilian government to go handle issues of terrorism. It is incumbent on the civilian government to make sure that we economically empower the people at the ebb of society. Now, this is it. If we do not put a stop to this, other African countries, we will be going back to the 1960s and the 1950s and the 1970s, where countries, even in Africa, took over the reins of power using the barrel of the gun. And Nigeria, we are standing on a on the part where other African countries are looking at us. Two things. This Sahel state, they are isolating themselves from other African countries with regards to what they are trying to do to build the economic power of these three states. They are isolating themselves economically. They are isolating development. They are shutting out other countries that, look, don't bring your goods here because we are going to tax you for it. Fine, even if you are going to tax us, let it be reasonable. However, you are the military government. You have come to stay at this moment, pending when democracies will be entrenched back in the society. So whilst you are doing that, I think it is incumbent on them to equally put out policies that will give them a way as people who are being friendly, as a nation that is being friendly and receptive to development, that is receptive not only to development, but is also receptive to creative and proactive means of developing their society. And if they do not do that, and they begin to make laws or policies that tend towards protectionism and isolating them, it's not going to be good for them, because I think the reason why they are doing that is because they are having some form of foreign influence that is telling them to make sure that they make decisions in line with this. But they should also consider that if they move that way, it's not going to augur well for their economies.
All right, Dr. Masanga, thank you for joining again. Now, as we go forward, what should be the consciousness of the rest of Africa? What message do you have for the Sahel states? Now they're locking themselves out, and do you see them being able to sustain locking themselves out from the rest of Africa, just like China did? Do they have what it takes to continue on that route?
I want to ask my brother, younger brother there, to travel to Burkina Faso and ask for $10,000 only. He will get it in 5 minutes. And I want to ask him to come back to Kaduna or Maiduguri or Abuja and ask for $10,000 to go medical treatment abroad. My brother, what is democracy now? The younger guys, I don't support militarism. Man, I know how a gun pains us. Brother, listen to me. A gun pains. And I know how I fought a war in 1978 against to remove him. But let me tell you one thing. The guys in Burkina, Mali, and Niger are doing things that civilian governments don't do. Allah, they don't do it. So be honest. I am not an NGO to come here to praise civilian governments that don't perform. No, your ECOWAS has been there. There is Sahel have taken over the whole of the Sahel region. ECOWAS sings, ECOWAS, bring money. These boys are confronting the terrorists. And who brings those? France. Yes, when it doesn't like you, it goes to install a man who will like their policy so that they take your uranium. Hello? These boys have stopped uranium going out. They sell it, they buy and build. Governors have got 20 gasolers. You drive 20 cars. Your own state governor has 20 gasolers. They're high-range cars, which it can build hospitals. Now you are telling me we need to do. What are you? You want medicine. There is nothing in a dispensary in Abuja. You want to fly. Governor flies to San Francisco. Do you even have a visa to go to Francisco? Watch out. You don't. The governor has flown his children. He's being treated that you are in a democratic. These guys across north are setting a very good example. Do you know they are more popular of the civilian presidents you have around there? I don't want it to be to my friend.
If you said these guys are setting a very good example, that example will also trickle down to taking over power. Whilst you do not support military administration, I think that's the part that we need to echo. These guys are in the top echelon of the military government before they took over the reins of power. What they noticed and observed that the civilian government was not doing, it is also in their right standing to prefer and give a word of advice to the civilian government and probably to let them know that, look, you are impoverishing our country, you are dragging us down economically by making sure you are exporting the uranium out of this country. Now, we do not want you to continue in this style. We are in the military and we have intelligence. We know what exactly how it's going to trickle down, even at the head of society, even at the United States, rather, when you look at them, their economic power translates, I beg your pardon, their military power translates to their economic power. So the military administrations, before taking over power, should have given proper advice to the civilian governments before they took over power. And that was not done. Don't you think that would have been the right perspective to things?
On that one, now we are talking like intellectuals. First, that's very good. Let's engage them. Don't threaten them. The mistake that ECOWAS, which President Tinubu must be answerable, because he's the chairman of ECOWAS. I've been avoiding to mention this. I don't want television to be closed down. President Tinubu made a mistake the first time to threaten Niger, and they said he was the chairman of ECOWAS. He should have not threatened men. He should have called them to engage. What is killing Africa, my dear brother? You are right. We must engage these people instead of isolation. You remember Ronald Reagan, policy of engagement, the Contra affair. Do you remember Contra affair in Panama? The engagement. Let's re-engage. We have lost that African Union of re-engagement, redemption. Talk to these young men. Call them that, please, would they come back, go back to the barracks, do the security of your country, but allow the civilians to do their voting, their election. Don't threaten them. A man who has a gun, threaten him. President Tinubu failed us there. He's the chairperson of ECOWAS. The first thing he did was to fly to France to ask for what to do. His own country, your own country has problems, big ones, big. And you are the people who should make Africa work. When we look at you, as Ugandan, I feel proud, but you have failed us in Nigeria. You have failed us.
Now the situation has gotten to the point where levy is now imposed. First, it was restricting Nigeria access to Niger via visa restrictions, and now it is the Sahel states as a bloc now imposing sanction, we'll call it sanction, imposing levy on Nigeria, imported goods from Nigeria and other West African countries. What do you think will be next? Is that a way to settle this dispute, bridge this gap that now exists and is becoming more wide by the day between the Sahel states and the rest of ECOWAS? Is there a chance for peace between ECOWAS and the Sahel states?
I like what President Mahama is doing. He's going there to talk to them. He's talking to them to talk them back. They are part of us. They are our sons. My sister, they are our sons. Let's talk to them. Let's not threaten them. Let's not give them ultimatums based on the French money. No way, no way, no way. You are the problem there. These guys, if we allow them to go the way they are going, and I am glad that the AU is to reform. Let me ask one question and I leave it to the doctor in a tie, my good friend tie fashion. We have Morocco. Morocco has occupied the Sahara. Morocco has occupied the territory. And we have allowed Morocco to sit on our table. Now you go to threaten, what is the difference between Morocco, which has occupied our territory, and we have refugees in Abuja, in Uganda, in South Africa, in Kenya, Nairobi, everywhere in Algeria. Sahawaris have been chased out of their territory. And we African Union, we have brought these guys, Morocco, 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 Morocco. They even tell us they are better be in Europe than in Africa. Why have we brought them here? They take the same. Now Morocco puts more even sanctions on Africans. Do you know that you cannot, it is better to go to Algeria than going to, if you're a black man from the south of Sahara, please be careful. Because going there, you are looking, the people there beat us, they kill us, they think we're animals. We are not supposed to be in Morocco. So then you bring such a country in African Union. Tell me, Dr. Matang, what do I do? We now condemn the younger man who has built a gold refinery that can refine African gold. You always carry refinery, your gold, and take it to Dubai, to develop Dubai. But this man has said, here in Burkina Faso, the best, he used his money. Remember, there's room for negotiation. There's room for forgiveness. There's room. That's why the Bible, if you're a Christian, the prodigal son was not thrown away. These are our prodigal sons. Might have picked up arms because they saw a situation was unmanageable. Let's talk to them. Some who are their friends, we are willing to help Tunubu to talk to them if he doesn't know how to talk. To tell them, please talk. Like Mahama is hearing us. Another dictator south, one there called Paul Biya. You are near that man who is slaughtering English-speaking people. Now, tell me, how do we handle this situation as Africans? How many refugees are you having in Nigeria coming from Southern? How many? Tell me, you people. And you think, now, Paul Biya, when he's sick, flown to Switzerland, why don't you put sanctions on such a man? Look at that. And this man telling me democracy. Where, boss? The man in the truth here, that democracy. What? Paul Biya, is he giving people democracy? Is he? It's democracy in Cameroon. Are you not near there receiving refugees? So many refugees from
fixing Africa, and we do hope that it is not too late for Africa to get it right, regardless of the rift that currently exists between the Sahel states and ECOWAS. We do hope that they're able to find the leaders, the chairman of ECOWAS and the leaders of the Sahel states, or each of the Sahel states, are able to come to a round table and come to and agree on a common ground so that Africa can move forward. Thank you so much for being passionate about bringing change in Africa.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Always keep on inviting me, and my two brothers, let's have a conversation. Today I have a conversation in Amsterdam. I am hammering France. Bring it on. I'm telling France to get out of Africa. We are fed up of this country taking our minerals, and yet the poorest people in Europe. No, enough is enough. Let's do it. Let's do it together. I am happy. I will always thank you very much.
All right, we've been talking with Dr. David Masanga, an African affairs analyst who joined in from Amsterdam as we looked at the current issue between the Sahel state and ECOWAS, with a 0.5% levy imposed by the Sahel state on goods imported from Nigeria and other ECOWAS countries. Let's take a break. We'll return with another conversation. This time around, it'll be about the Nigerian economy. Just stay tuned.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos state government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, Souq Enlightenment.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893. being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
All right, now let's turn attention to the Nigerian economy that is reported to have grown by 3.84% in the fourth quarter of the year 2024. So this is the second quarter in 2025. Let's take a mind back to what happened in the last quarter of 2024. This is a report that has been released by the CBN, and according to that report, the non-oil sector was the primary driver of the expansion in Nigeria's economy. So the economy expanded by 22.61 trillion naira, according to latest Central Bank of Nigeria CBN economic report. Like I mentioned earlier, the non-oil sector was the primary driver of the expansion, particularly the financial and insurance sector, alongside information and communication. There's also the transportation sector, storage, crop production, and trade. So we're going to take it bit by bit and look at the contributions of the various sectors, beginning with the financial and insurance subsector, contributing majorly to the expansion in Nigeria's economy. The financial sector has been doing quite well. In that sector, you have the money markets, you have the capital markets, you also have the insurance sector, which, yes, recently has been improved further with a new policy, you know. So different events happening within the financial sector to make it strong. We find that even in the Nigerian Stock Exchange, you find the banking sector always performing and declaring profit. So they contributed to the expansion of Nigeria's economy by 22.61 trillion naira in the last quarter of 2024. We also have the information and communication sector. You know how we talked about the struggles in the communication sector recently, and then the back and forth regarding the increase in tariff for the telecommunications operators. So these sectors doing their bit, performing, being the primary driver of the economy, not oil sector this time around.
Well, I think for me, it's even becoming a blessing for us as a country that the oil sector is taking the back stage, because I think that has held us whole stage for too long.
Is it really a blessing, or were the one not harnessing the potentials of the oil sector?
The contradictions that came with the oil, and that's why, of course, that debate has been on in the public sector, whether the discovery of oil in Nigeria was a blessing or a curse. And for most analysts, they see that oil is more of a curse to us than a blessing, because we really have not been able to enjoy the benefit that comes from that sector. And the reason why we have also not been able to negotiate in recent time our federalism is because of the fact that everybody feels that since the more money is coming from that sector, and therefore we have to be politically correct in navigating our fragile unity. And I think for me, seeing that in recent time that in terms of contribution to the GDP, that oil has not been in the forefront, and I think it's a plus. And that's on the one side. But again, coming to the banking sector, of course, which is the only sector that seems to be doing very well at the moment in Nigeria, is another question that people are also really worried about. We've seen big companies in the manufacturing, in telcos and the rest of them declaring huge loss. But in the finance sector recently, we are seeing jumbo profits, where individual chairmen are earning up to 25 billion for dividend in the last quarter. It tells you to what extent that you're having first tier one banks whose profit had hit 1 trillion naira. And this is the picture of the growth in that sector. And it seems to be the only sector that is making profit. Again, a lot of people will argue because there's so much that has been done within that sector in terms of reform. The contribution of technology in driving that entire sector had actually helped that sector to grow. And so it's like it's skewing toward one side. And the manufacturing, some of them are exiting, some of them are shutting down, which of course is a big plus. The rail sector is not seeing enough stimulus to grow, as it were. And what government will be able to do in that regard is something that we must actually be looking at. But for me, having that we have grown in the last quarter of 2024 with about 3.8%, something that, of course, is praiseworthy. But spreading the growth across our sector is something that government must need to pursue.
Talking about spreading the growth, how about spreading it to the agricultural sector? We come back to the agricultural sector.
Okay, coming back to the agriculture. But before then, before really taking the conversation down to the agricultural sector, we have to understand that this specific increase that he was talking about, he said the substantial increase reflects a growing reliance on personal loans amid prevailing economic conditions. The report indicated that personal loans increased significantly from 21.27%, reaching 3.82 trillion naira compared to 3.15 trillion naira as reported to the preceding quarter of the year.
Is that for the financial sector?
Yes, for the in giving out loans to Nigeria for personal credit loans. Now, we must understand that small and medium-sized enterprises are, if we look critically very well, they are the bastion and the base, the foundation of independence, growth, and development in Nigeria. The woman who is selling by the roadside, the women, those who operate kiosks, those who operate the point of sale businesses, and those with the minimum of 200,000 naira, 150,000 naira, they can go start a little shop by the roadside. And we have different markets in Lagos, in other states in the country. Through that small amount between 200 or 150,000 naira and 500,000 naira can operate a shop to run a personal business and, be their own boss. And when they start, when it comes to taking decisions to run their business, they don't need to rely on any other person, apart from maybe having one or two advice from those who are running the same business but on a different pedestal. They become their own bosses. They run their own business. The capital that is required to start those businesses are not something that is very, very far away. They can, source for such capital through access to other people's money by asking other people to borrow money from family or from neighbors. They equally have access to those monies since the banks at the moment in time have started giving out loans totaling from sometimes they look at how much you earn for those who access loan through their salary account from 200,000, 300,000, 500,000. And most of these loans that are acquired by these people, they are used to.
Let's look at, let's move away from the financial sector now and look at the agricultural sector. So among the primary drivers,
finally, yes.
Yes, among the primary drivers, we had the economy. You know, the economy expanded by 22.16 trillion naira. So among the prime drivers, we had the financial sector, which we're talking about, the financial sector now doing well, giving loans. Let's look at the agricultural sector, because storage also performed well. Now, if we're talking about finance, talking about loans, to what area should these loans be channeled to improve the agricultural sector, to ensure that we're getting more from agriculture? In our earlier conversation, we talked about the government's plan to improve nutrition. This can be done with the agricultural sector, but how do we expand that sector to make more contribution to the economy and also to Nigerians?
If we're talking about expanding the agricultural sector, a few things that would need to be done by the government is this. And I've said it before, security. How are we going to expand the agricultural sector if those who have access to loan, or they have access to fund, to finance, rice farming, cassava plantation, if they have access to those funds, but their lives are not secured in their farms? There is no protection because herders or criminals will ransack their farms, got their animals to eat up their harvest, eat up their crop, and walk away. How is he going to pay back? How is she going to pay back? So that's security. Most especially, subnational government needs to not only make law, but to make sure that they have task forces. It's time we develop task forces in the farms and the bushes. We start having forest rangers, as was proposed some time ago, because our forests have been completely depleted and farmers, are not really having a good time at the moment. So if we are going to give out loans to even small-scale farmers, even subsistent farmers, how are they going to make sure that they recoup their loans and to pay back this? The other thing is this. We'll buy, sometimes because we don't have storage facilities, sometimes the farmer harvests our crop, and some of these are perishable goods like tomato. And a few of them have access to buyers from the industry, from the manufacturers who will come to buy them in larger quantities and in bulk. And if there's a specific time these goods and these cash products are supposed to survive, if they cannot get it to the end user within that frame of time, then they stand to bear the brunt and the loss of it. They cannot recoup their loans. So who is going to be the one to build these places where they can store it? Is it the government that's going to build it, or probably there's an ecosystem, or there's a vacuum in this place? We need to have businessmen or investors in that space to build these facilities, to house it, and to be able to store the product. How much is this going to cost? And it's not going to store them that way, because they're going to be, be challenged and be faced with the problem of electricity to store these goods. So if they are going to rely on diesel, on petrol to fuel their alternative power source, or the green energy to make sure they keep the power running to sustain these goods, that in itself, because of the capital intensiveness to sustain such level of business, is going to make the price of foodstuff increase at the other end. So in the other end, we are defeating the real purpose and intention. So none of these industries, none of these ministries are unilaterally have the ability to stand alone. They are connected to each other, and the effectiveness and productivity of each of these ministries will affect the productivity of the other.
Yeah, but talking about the agri-sector contribution, if you look at it, in 2024, it did about 25.5% contribution to the GDP, which is, of course, very huge and massive, as against oil contribution of 5.5%. And the service sector contributing about 57% to the cumulative GDP of the nation. So what that also suggests is the fact that the agricultural sector is also performing. Because if you took the trend in the last 8 years, thereabout, you've seen that it has been dominating that sector in terms of the value addition to the GDP for Nigeria. It's only just going to say that we need to do more investment, targeted investment in this sector. And if there's anything that for me would just have been the plus for all of us, is the fact that, earlier in the conversation we talked about the 500 million naira facility from the World Bank.
$500 million.
Dollars from the World Bank that is going to social service, as it were. If this money, we can actually apply it into, for example, the new Ministry of Animal Husbandry, the livestock ministry. That all that we need just to do is to say how much more money we can get from dairy products alone. Countries are living on dairy products. Denmark, for example, fresh milk and cheese to Europe and to America is fetching them hundreds of billions of dollars annually. And we have that potential in Nigeria. And this is where we need to actually put our energy as a country. And how do we grow that sector? How do we develop the agri sector, especially the livestock aspect? That's massive. There's cassava. Yes, at the moment, we are about the second largest producer of cassava worldwide after Brazil. Now, look at that sector. It's also underperforming because beyond the fufu and the gari, as we call it here, even the extract, which is required by most pharmaceuticals globally, we are also not investing in it and exploiting in that aspect. Look at, for example, the cashew nuts. We have not been able to bridge that gap of demand and supply. And I remember it was Professor Patu told me when he gave a figure that he was in Vietnam, and they were telling him that, look, we need X amount of cashew from Nigeria, but this is all we can get. So which means that there's a gap in that sector. Look at the palm oil sector. We have a huge gap. Now, all this gap, how are we going to invest in them and actually getting resource out of these areas to develop our environment? And I think that is what those who are in government must be thinking about, because the agri sector really is a huge potential for Nigeria because of the weather condition.
Okay, so the report also revealed that for the electricity, gas, steam, air conditioning subsector, they contracted by 5.05%, mainly due to higher electricity tariffs, ongoing grid maintenance, a shift towards alternative energy sources. And analysts are suggesting that policy intervention would be good for these sectors and enhancing infrastructure, particularly in the power sector, which we talked about. But what actually helped the financial sector was technology upgrade, more bank penetration, and some policies that happened that were implemented within that sector too. So going forward to improve on these gains, the results for the first quarter of 2025 is not out yet because the first quarter of 2025 just ended yesterday. So perhaps sometime in the second quarter of 2025 would have the results, or the report rather, for 2025 first quarter to know how the economy performed. But these sectors that have done well, that have driven expansion in the economy, talking about the financial sector, agricultural sector, insurance sector, and some other sectors, but basically the non-oil sector, a lot can be done. We need improvement in infrastructure, particularly for the electricity subsector. We also need that for the agricultural sector, the government should do more in expanding the capacity of the agricultural sector. We focus sometimes a lot more on crop production, but not on the value chain to ensure that we're getting the gains. And even the livestock, like Doc pointed out, is very crucial We know how much Nigeria spends on importation of dairy products, you know. They're very expensive even. So we can do a whole lot more to ensure that it's not just cattle we're consuming as meat, but we're also getting more than that from cattle. Cattle rearing can be a huge investment that Nigeria can make, and then we'll begin to get more gains from it.
If our electricity sector must do well, there's a need to break the monopoly in that sector.
Which monopoly now? The discos?
Now, disco monopoly.
Okay.
Now, imagine that we are running that sector like the telecom sector.
That was the intent originally.
Where, of course,
but we do know
depending
that a lot of
on where you are,
happen.
you can either choose between who give you service.
But when the discos are currently struggling...
Now, the way the discos are structured, you have territory allocated to this disco. And, of course, nobody can come and play in that sector.
Sure.
But I think that what can be done is actually for government to open up that sector and allow many more players so that if one service is not good to you in your region, you switch to the other.
And you can allow discos from other states, other areas to penetrate the market.
So that it becomes really competitive. Because monopoly is not too good or healthy for economic growth. So because when you give one person power to drive the entire process, so imagine now, for example, they don't even need to do anything. Whether you consume electricity or not, the service charge is there that they must collect at the end of the month. So whether they supply or don't supply, they are making their money. And this is enough. And so investing in that sector becomes difficult. But once you increase competition in that sector, I think we are going to do more. So rather than just allow very few discos to control the electricity market, I think there's a need to license more.
All right.
Just the way we are licensing refineries, we should also license more discos to participate in the distribution of electricity. Probably that could be the solution that will eventually give us electricity at the end of the day.
And it may not just be licensing of new discos. Existing discos that are performing in other areas should be allowed to expand to other places so that it now becomes an issue of what is the quality of your service, not because the people in that area have no choice but just to cope with a particular disco. Let's hear from you on Post and Perspectives. That's next on the Front Burners.
Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
welcome to another beautiful morning. This segment is called Post and Perspectives. Basically, all this segment is about is reviewing what you say, because we are highly interested in what you talk about or how you view what we say. I will come back here and, we get the front burner team to listen and also reanalyze what you're talking about. So let's jump right into it. My name is Swift Adirito. And of course, the first thing that, one of the topics that was treated extensively today has to do with the World Bank approves fresh $500 million loan to Nigeria for economic stimulus program, sorry. And so the first person has to be David, and David says, what does this even mean? Community action and the economic stimulus program. Just say you are giving Tinubu 500 million to turn all Runu slaves into trans. I don't get you, but I love your comment. And the second person has to be on Course Niger, and you say that the government is always collecting loans and the loaners are always ready to give all and the time, because when the time comes to pay, they can collect all they want, because Nigeria is a very wealthy country, but our leaders have plunged us into hardship just to feed their greed. And of course, the last comment has to be Precious, and Precious says, we don't need this money. Coming to the most beautiful girl on set in red, Precious has said we don't need the money. What's your take?
Well, we don't need to borrow the money. If we had the money, perhaps if there was budgetary allocation to maybe the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, to support vulnerable people in society. But again, the question would then be, who are the vulnerable? How do we decide who is vulnerable? Because somebody can tell you that they're vulnerable in certain ways.
Yes.
So that's one issue. Borrowing $500 million to act as economic stimulus is not needed. It's a luxury that Nigeria cannot afford at this particular point in time. You ask why I call it luxury, because this basically is going to be handouts to people. So you need to have something to give. You can't give what you don't have. In this case, Nigeria is giving what it doesn't have. And the cost of servicing that loan is going to be huge, added to the already very high debt profile that Nigeria has. Now, if there were more creative ways to use that sort of money, perhaps you're building factories, perhaps you are incentivizing certain sectors, or you are giving maybe money for trade to people, there will be a repayment plan. So you know that you are recouping back what is being put in. But as it is, it's looking more like dash money.
Well, God is on Nigeria's side. We will win, like Dr. always says. And the next thing now that was extensively treated is power generation faces downturn as it falls by 1.64%, says CBN. And of course, the first person has to be Atikus. Atikus, I greet you, sir. And you say we are underestimating. It says we are underestimated billings and they are bearing the brunt. Imagine comparing the previous bill and the last bill ×3, more than less power supplied compared with the previous one. This is a daytime robbery. Who will save us? This is too much to bear. And the next person has to be Paramatic 007. Your name sounds like you're in the FBI. You say for CNN to be the one to announce this, get prepared for the darkest days of our lives. For those who see electric power to get ready to pay world record tariffs, Emilio Con seized your breath and the poor souls of Nigeria. Your comments are not very, very encouraging. But I have to put period on the electric shock right now, because I know you were very emotional towards the beating of Ikeja electric people a month back. What do you have to say? Because the bills are not, tallying with the power supply.
It's going to be very, very short and simple. Even people who, at the point in time, operate the billing system and not the normal meter that they normally give out, where you pay, you fill in your card, then you pay according to
Yes.
or how much you use. Those who are using the estimated billing system, even those people, for the days you do not have light, if you do not have light for 2 months and they bring the bill to you, I know people have done that before, take them to court. Then it will not be the responsibility of the court. Look, there was no light for 2 months. I cannot pay for the services. I cannot pay for the things I didn't use. Can the court defend and give a justiciable verdict to that effect? So the government can sit tight that, look, you cannot continue to perpetrate this crime on Nigerians. If you did not use power for the last 2 months because you're using estimated billing system and they brought a bill to you for those 2 months, if you don't pay it, take them to court and let's see where it will lead us.
Okay, make a point made. And the next thing that was talked about has to be, I have to jump away from that. I was coming to fight you, but let me let you breathe. Don't worry, you know you're my guy. I was coming to, the next one that was talking about Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. They imposed an 0.5 levy on imports from Nigeria and other economic nations. And Rotimi comes out fire blazing. He says, by the time their citizens and other ignorant people supporting this revolutionary clowns realize the propaganda and manipulation of the military, it would have been too late. It's only those who never experienced military regimes that would support them. Yes, boss. The next person has to be Udo, and Udo says it's revenue mobilization strategy to fund local investment initiatives for those governments, knowing fully well the high demand for consumer products from Nigeria and the ECOWAS countries among their citizens. And the last person has to be Victor Ofemi. Victor, I greet you. Thank you for being here. You say it's not a smart move. ECOWAS member nations will simply push that 0.5 to the end users. The citizens of Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger price inflation loading. Copying from Donald Trump. You know I'm ready for you, Doctor. What's your take on this?
Well, I think for me, the disagreement between ECOWAS and the juntas is widening.
Yes.
And of course, it also means that they have made up their mind to move forward in terms of dealing with the issue in the Sahel, which one is economic issues and two, the security issue. And they feel that ECOWAS have not done too much in even addressing those principal issues. And one question to ask is, how useful has the ECOWAS been to these people? But generally, I think as it is now, even globally, nations are sitting down to look at their economies and see how to wriggle out of the global crisis. American is thinking tariff, Canada is taking tariff. We see what's happening in Asia also. So everybody is thinking about how to survive. But it's also important for us to also look at it. What's the volume of trade between ECOWAS and the three Sahel countries? And to what extent will the 0.5 levy translate? Are there going to be reprisal from ECOWAS region? And if there's reprisal, will there be counter-reprisal? Yes. And who eventually will be gaining or losing? But I think we shouldn't close the door to peace as far as concerned. And I do believe really that African leaders need to sit down, especially ECOWAS, to look at the issues on their merits, reason for the coup, and see that rather than just throw away the baby and the bathwater, and we find our way to negotiate and then come back into a union and really make ECOWAS even much more functional than it currently is. And I think those are, for me, the real issue. The 5% may not benefit so much of anybody because the volume of trade between us is quite very low.
All right, thank you so much, Doctor. But please, let's not forget when they needed fuel the other day, they came to Big Brother. Talking about
yeah, of course, it means more money for you and more money for them. So they are not taking it for free, they are buying it.
Talking about Big Brother, I'm about to introduce the Big Brother in the Senate. I don't know which senatorial district he's representing, but Senator Souq is coming in as I leave you to come and tell you everything you need to know about sports. My name is Swift Aderito, and like I always say, see you at the top.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events such as the Independence Day in 1960 when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
Hello and welcome to that part of the show where we talk money, we talk business, we tell you sports and who is making it. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq, and you're live on the front burners. Thank you very much, guys. You've been there, like there. Let's get straight to what's happening in sponsorship. AT&T, they have tied the sports portfolio, and they are getting the women's soccer league down up in their belt. As we speak right now, that has become the official connectivity partner of the National Women's Soccer League. And they had a wide range agreement. And from henceforth, you will get to see their presence majorly in the Women League. Let's get straight to what's happening in consultancy. KPMG is in the news again. But now this is for good. Money is coming. Now, for those wondering, UK's based sports entertainment production company, Whisper, they've turned to KPMG for advice on sale. Who sell? They are trying to sell their business, and they think KPMG will give them the best advice on who to sell to, where to sell to, how to sell to, and how much to sell. But talking about that, I will tell you this for free. Come to Femi Wash. They are the best in this field when it comes to consultancy, business development. Get the contact and reach out to Femi Wash. That is their forte. Let's get to financials. Yes, we'll say congratulations to Everton. If you follow them in the last 2 seasons, they had serious financial crisis. It almost cost them the club. A particular group was trying to buy that. Didn't work. They got fined. They got almost demoted. But as we speak, their finances are shoring and smiling up. In the accounts published on Monday, that was yesterday, the scale of financial challenges facing Everton's new American owner is in the greens. They are coming out of it. But that can't be said for their fellow Premier League partners, Tottenham. Sadly, Tottenham had a very good year last year, but as we speak, their profit is deeping, and it's deeping very fast. They need to get a grasp of it. Still talking about money, Chicago Bulls of the NFL. They have gotten an approval from the owners of NFL clubs to get a waiver. That is a debt waiver. Now, the agreed sum that you can't go beyond is $700 million. But as we speak, they are building a new stadium, and that stadium has gone from 1.4 billion to 2 billion. And I had to ask the question, is it only in Africa that this kind of thing happened? You had a budget for 1.4 billion, and now it has ballooned to 2 billion. But they got a waiver, and that money will be made available, and they will complete that stadium. I asked also, how much is the Lagos-Calabar Expressway? 2 billion for stadium? That's just times 5 of it. But it's all good. To each his own. Let's get to what's still happening. The NFL is all about media rights and money, who is making it and who is making the profit. NFL, they've agreed an agreement with Rochas Communication. Rochas Communication, you heard me right. This is a 12-year deal and is worth $7.7 billion. I need to breathe on that. Now, a lot of times when we call these monies and call these agreements, these are majorly rights. Right at the end of the day for people to consume. Me, you, we stream, we watch. And people make money. So Africa, there is a whole lot of opportunity in this particular space. Let's play. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq. We'll do this again tomorrow. Have yourself a beautiful Salah and be nice.
We've come to the end of this show. It's been a wonderful one. Remember that it is the first of the second quarter in the year 2025. It's 1st of April. So as you might want to prank someone because it's April's Fool Day, be careful. Know the extent of prank that you can pull on someone so it doesn't become something else. You don't get to receive maybe beating or something. Don't prank your boss if you want to collect your salary in full. If you must, ensure that the prank is measured, not the one that will mean that you don't get to receive your salary for that month. I am Blessing Aichi. I wish you a very good month. And for those holidaying, enjoy the rest of your day. Tomorrow you get to resume work and it continues that way. Doc?
Yeah, talking about opportunity here, Souq is asking Africa for opportunity. This is April full of plenty of opportunities. But remember, opportunities don't just happen. You create them. Go out there the whole month of April and create wonderful opportunities for success. Have a blessed day. Join us and follow us on all our social media handles and let the conversation continue.
And from me, I want to say a very big thank you for sticking with us this morning. You're going to work tomorrow, so be prepared to have yourself a splendid day ahead.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
My name is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. And then went back to England for my master's. And from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advance Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do two jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it, because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner. and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale. And you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the area that we have to work on because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. I learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way, way ahead of some developed countries because through slavery, we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. To borrow the quotation. Yeah. That's our society, that's our culture. It's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so-called popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have fought that, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet is, women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that, I love him for that. And I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interest of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused.
Yes, it's a two-way thing.
It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all of that. There is, give me a job specific that a woman cannot do, then I'll change my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must, education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Hawking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, will get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation and learn. I believe that when you talk to others, you are saying, come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to show, to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. He should be respected. His views should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development, that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights on the upbringing of the children in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be rude, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal right means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do as much as your as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely disgusting. They're not women. They're no longer women. The exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is law. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. We should, it doesn't, if their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society. Yeah. Show them, showcase them, showcase them.
Yeah.
We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo-Iweala. We have, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have, what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? I did talk about Kekere. I mean, we're there. Female CJN. Yeah. And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start with, no, she's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo-Iweala the same. We have a lot.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups. traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum located at the center of the city in Onikon claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of architectural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority. Photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum. Anytime they feel like, we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it was great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think it gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komolafe, Souq Perspective.
We're going to have increase in the number of facilities that we would visit in the year 2025 by 30%, that would have improved compliance and enhancement of data-driven decision making using data analytics, that we're going to strengthen collaboration between our partners, and we're going to have 25% increase in our compliance rates by carrying out the key strategies. We want to expand our monitoring coverage. We want to enhance our digital infrastructure by integrating a secure online pathway. We also want to include the e-learning platform and our mobile platforms on the digital infrastructure. We want to strengthen our community engagement and build capacity of both the farmer staff and our partners. We want to drive innovation and research. This year, we want to carry out research on quality of care. In doing all of this, we want to make the health facilities in Lagos safer by leveraging on technology and ensuring that all our processes are data-driven. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Onoriede, Dr. Nibo Shinowo, Dr. Veronica Iwayemi, and Dr. Abiola Ijogo. Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Salako. Taking us further in the comparative study, I want to especially welcome a professor, a consultant medical parasitologist at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. He coordinates the International Malaria Microscopy, RDT Quality Assurance Center, as well as the country's World Health Organization malaria specimen collection sites in the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put hands together for Professor Wellington Oyibo for the very short comparative study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Honorable Minister of Health, here represented here by the Minister of State for Health. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, this is historic for us. This is a path we have planned, prayed for, and we are happy that it is happening. Mr. Governor, thank you for all you do and for making this happen myself. I'm so happy and grateful to the Honorable Commissioner of Health. He has told the story. So I'm going to build on those stories as I make this presentation. I don't have much time. And part of the whole thing is the advances that Lagos has made for over 2 decades. The world is hearing it, and the distinct nature of this project through the impact project itself, which is calibrated around the impacts that this project will be again for Lagos State. My slide, please. So what we know about malaria, in the 15th century, why was it called malaria? It was called malaria because the cause of that fever illness was not known. And it was connected to marshy waters. So malaria in Greek is foul. And that was all they could do. And it took some another 100 years before it was connected to mosquito bites. And today we are talking about fever. And say all fevers are malaria. So are we going to the 15th century? And this is what we're trying to really unbundle in Lagos as it's still over 2 million people. My slides. So if fever is still malaria, we go back to the 15th century. And then, of course, for evidence base, meant that we will have to quickly provide the evidence. Can I have the slide up? Yes. So the horrible let me just pull it out from here. So I've given this background. Most health workers will not accept the test results when it's negative. And that's the challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, and if you don't have data, which we are talking about digitization, you cannot calibrate where you are. And so if we look at the entire program and the plan of the projects, is to see that real-time data is available and that tests are done. And when the test is done, we can say quickly, cost-effectively, this is where we are. Because you can rely on routine data. The country do not have quality data, and that's the challenge. Next slide. So, no confidence in the test. Basic things are being used. Lagos is making progress. How do we handle this? 94 to 96% of the reporting for malaria in the DHIS that categorizes states and Nigeria comes from the primary healthcare center, and this from the public sector. It's important to recognize this. Next slide. And we're bringing this on board because we provide the quality platform for quality diagnosis at the College of Medicine. Next slide. And we do all of this carefully to ensure that these tests are good to be used for humans. Next slide. And what is known? Please just keep on going on the slide because I'll just go through them. There are changes in Nigeria in terms of malaria epidemiology. Next slide. And then we see from the 2021 malaria indicator survey where Lagos is next month. And you can see where we are here at 2.6%. Hopeful. And next month. Good progress. And we're talking about the path for pre-elimination. We are on that path. And we are happy that this is being mentioned here today. And like I said, this signature. And in line with the stratification strategy and subnational tailoring by WHO. So we are quite on course on this. Next slide. And then you can see the different tests available. You can keep on hitting enter. You have microscopy that is powered by a human being. And then you have this rapid diagnostic test that is technology. But somehow we refuse to accept technology and we stay with humans with all the challenges. So that's what you see with microscopy. Just keep on pressing enter and all of this. And this is the test 15 minutes. The result is out. The other one will take any time. It will be 1 day. And then based on that, we have done the scoping and assessment of facility in Lagos.
Recent times, cosmetic clinics. So we're finding it difficult. We have limited capacity to ensure monitoring of these facilities. We also have inefficient manual processes because our digital platform is unable to carry out some of the processes in the agency. We're sitting on a lot of data in the agency.
With AI to make sure that the test is actually having the results that the pharmacy or PPMD says it does. We then verify that the treatment, the appropriate treatment. And then in the impact program, we to the public health system for malaria-negative patients to ensure that they're getting the proper diagnosis that they need and have a better understanding of what other febrile illnesses patients might have. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'll just talk briefly about all of the other partners that are working on this as well. So we are working closely, of course, with the Lagos State Ministry of Health, which envisioned this work and brought us in to support on this, with NMEP, which is overseeing the work and providing technical oversight, with WHO, which is providing, again, technical support and facilitation, and then importantly with our private sector partners as well, so PCN, which is doing quite a bit of the regulatory oversight and ensuring the quality of care in a pharmacy setting, with SFH, which is enabling the supply chain, and then of course with LASHMA, which is to go quickly into the final results on why this is improved quality of care. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So the work is providing network expansion, innovative financing, integrated health systems, supply chain resilience, comparative research, and regulatory reform, leveraging all of these different partners that we've mentioned to ensure that patients are able to access quality care and that the data is being provided back to Lagos State to help improve regulatory support, policy, and other things. I've mentioned the partners that we have here already, but we're very grateful for all of the work that they are providing to ensure that there's quality of care in the private sector. And then finally, one final slide. To reinforce what Dr. Wellington said earlier, the work that is being done is also to be supporting with testing, understanding the difference between rapid tests and microscopy, to support on policy reform to ensure that rapid tests are always done before treatment for malaria in Lagos State. Thank you all so much, and we're very excited to be a part of this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessica Vernon, the CEO, Maishemets. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us further, Nina Ogunlafo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. We're very happy that this is happening today. So just permit me to do something unique in terms of our focus for malaria control in Nigeria. To do this, I will call on Dr. Dao, Hospital Director for Souq. Vicky, we're going to have the Honorable Minister being tested for malaria. Honorable Minister, please. Thank you very much. This is showcasing the main focus for malaria control in Nigeria, which we refer to as the 3 T's. Your Excellency, the first T stands for tests. We cannot overemphasize or we cannot underscore the importance of that. The second T, sir, is for treatment. Cannot have His Excellency and the Minister of Health standing for long, so once we take their samples, we're going to have them seated again. So can I have Dr. Walter on stage to come and quality check what is happening, sir, please? Thank you very much.
We are witnessing leadership by example. Leadership by example by Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, as well as the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Salako. Please, let's appreciate them. That is the way to go for every one of us all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. So again, this is the way to go for malaria control program in Nigeria. The pre-elimination in Nigeria could commence in phases. We could commence pre-elimination in Nigeria in phases. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. So back to the fourth bullet on my slide. Your Excellencies, pre-elimination in Nigeria could be commenced in phases. It could start with the states, Lagos State, for example, and we could go geopolitical zones. So I was sitting with my sister, the Commissioner of Health from Ogun State. So the fever for pre-elimination have started. So I also want to say that it stands on Lagos State to make sure that this pathway for pre-elimination is properly done. The National Malaria Elimination Program is waiting to take the experiences and the processes that Lagos will use to achieve elimination to be replicated in other states. Your Excellencies, it's important to note that right now we have a couple of states under 10% prevalence in the country, and those states are Anambra, Kwara, and Rivers State. So what is happening in Lagos that has been flagged off today, it's like NMEP, it's poised to take what these processes and experiences are to states like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, sir, Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, who has been ably represented here today by the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle Salako. A round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellency, the excellent Governor of the Center of Excellence, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I must recognize my brother, who is one who has summoned all of us here today, the Honorable Commissioner for Health for Lagos State, and all members of the Lagos State Cabinet here present, our partners, WHO, World Bank, distinguished stakeholders in the health sector, gentlemen of the press. Because of time, let me say all protocols to be extended. We cannot give the governor for malaria alone. He has to attend to water, to road, to several other things. So I will shorten my speech, but I must say that today I'm wearing two caps. You may not see it physically. Standing in for myself, and also standing in for my brother, the coordinating minister for health and social welfare, Professor Pate, who is unable to attend because of other assignments. And I'm most delighted to be at this auspicious occasion of the launch of the Pathway to Malaria Pre-Elimination and Digitization Program in the Center of Excellence, Lagos State, led by His Excellency, the Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I recall that Lagos State pioneered intensive malaria case management in the early 2000s through the Eco-Free Malaria Initiative under the leadership of now our President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the then Governor. I am most delighted to be here today to be part of another pioneering initiative now under Governor Babatunde Sanwo-Olu as Lagos State takes the lead in the agenda to end malaria by 2030. Your Excellency, the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare is elated with this giant stride, which aims to improve malaria diagnosis, case management, and accurate tracking of cases through the integration of digital health solutions in the form of real-time electronic reporting systems, all targeted at further reduction in the burden of malaria and its eventual elimination from our land. This momentous project will not only set the track for malaria pre-elimination in Lagos State, but in Nigeria at large, thereby once again making Lagos State a trailblazer. I want to emphasize that this project is in line with the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the renewed vigor for the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare on the Rethinking Malaria concept that was launched in April 2024 and is aimed at fast-tracking the malaria elimination goal through strategic shifts. We have continued to make progress in this regard, and the inauguration of the advisory on malaria elimination in Nigeria, AMEN, the development of pragmatic, costed plan of action, the expansion of primary healthcare facilities, training of frontline health workers, and the initiation of domestication of affordable medicine facility for malaria to make malaria treatment more affordable are all testament to the progress we are making. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry is taking these steps in order to reverse the undesirable trend of being the highest burden malaria endemic country globally, accounting for 27% and 31% of cases and deaths, respectively. I am confident that the Lagos State possesses the needed attributes that can help drive Nigeria to malaria elimination through such case-setting initiatives like this program. Furthermore, Lagos has been consistently the lowest malaria prevalence state in Nigeria, as evidenced from all the malaria indicator survey conducted in the country, with the most recent result in 2021 showing 2% prevalence, hence indicating a tendency of attaining pre-elimination when concerted and consolidated efforts are put in place. I wish to report that the challenge of let me use this opportunity to call on all stakeholders not to relent on their support towards this impactful intervention, which will contribute significantly to the drive at eliminating malaria from the world. Nigeria is ever committed to this drive and we will continue to toe the path of global best practices. I wish to assure all Nigerians and our partners that the change in the policy of the United States government with respect to global health funding will not adversely affect our malaria elimination programs and other public health initiatives, as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has approved a robust mechanism to ensure adequate and cost-effective funding for our public health programs. I call on all state governments to join hands with the federal government to ensure that our country becomes self-sustaining in the funding of our public health programs. Before I end this address, let me commend once again and appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and his health team, led by Professor Akin Abayomi, for initiating and executing this laudable innovative project. I wish to also sincerely appreciate all the partners, World Bank, WHO, all the implementers, especially for providing the needed human resources, technical support, and the funding for the implementation of this initiative. I wish all of us a successful launch of this impactful project as a springboard for the elimination of malaria from our country. Thank you, and God bless the federal government.
Distinguished invited guests, Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of State, have your results. Pleased to say that Honorable Minister of State, we will not be confining you in a bed in Lagos. Your result is negative. When patients go to clinics and the doctors tell you that they've performed a test, it is your responsibility as a patient to see the test. Please ask for the test and take a picture of it and have a record on your phone. My governor, the excellent Excellency of Lagos State, I'm pleased to tell you that you may continue with your duties.
Congratulations, sir.
Negative, in line with the low prevalence of malaria in Lagos as well. Charted course to pre-elimination. Thank you very much for your support, both the Honorable Minister and our Governor and members of the Lagos State Executive Council. Mr. Governor, if you would like to approach the podium to give your keynote and to launch a pathway to malaria elimination in Lagos.
Practitioner himself and a strong politician, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle. Thank you very much for finding out. Members of the State Executive Council, especially Professor Akin Abayomi, and Special Advisor on Health. Thank you very much. Other cabinet members, all the permanent secretaries in the Health Ministry, and several of you that are here. Thank you very much for taking our time. The Country Director for the World Bank, Dr. Diop, the Country Representative for the WHO, Dr. Walter, all of our partners that are here, MyShamed, Impact, SFH, the National Malaria Organization, our friends from our neighboring state, the Honorable Commissioner for Health in Ogun State, thank you. All of our health practitioners and stakeholders that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. When you are asked to come forward and conduct a test that you did not psych yourself for, what will happen is you quickly your brain will raise back and say, have I been feeling unwell? What is going to happen? It just brought us back 5 years during COVID, and they said that they're going to do a COVID test. It was like, the heart was going to open and you don't know what will be the outcome. But you see, it's an important activity that we need to continue to subject ourselves to. You might think it's a simple thing, but it's so important. And that ability for you to come forward, if it has turned positive, what it will have just meant is that we need to make a treatment. It's not a death penalty, but it's really just for all of us to know that we need to do this thing and we need to be able to come forward transparently at all times and let us end all of these things that we don't want again in our sight. Thank you very much. And so it's an honor that I stand before all of you in this room are very strategic to launch the first in the country, another Lagos first, the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitalization program. We're here to affirm our commitment to safeguarding lives and the livelihood of every Lagosian. Malaria is more than a disease. It's a socio-economic burden that has held back individuals, it has held back families and communities for such a long time. It robs us of our productivity, it drains us of our household incomes. And for many households in Lagos, especially those modest earners, malaria, the name it alone brings shivers. It reduces their earning and reduces their ability to continue to earn more for their family. And so this financial strain often affects families and a lot of times causes heartbreaks and the rest of it. But we're here to put a stop or to even bring a voice to the step at which we want to eliminate that completely. It has affected school children from going to school, it has affected businesses, it has seen a whole lot of absenteeism and a lot of challenges in our society for several decades. But today, we have to change all of that narrative. The eradication of malaria is not just a good health news, it is indeed an economic imperative. It's a good news that all of us must beat our chest and be able to carry, if there's a pin, that we need to have, a pre-elimination, the campaign for it, we need to have it and we need to be able to dot it everywhere. We know from statistics how much malaria has cost our GDP, billions and billions of dollars. Imagine what Lagos could achieve with a lot of resources if we're able to eliminate all of this. We no longer have to choose between survival and opportunity. Imagine a Lagos where every child can attend school uninterrupted because of ill health, or an adult can contribute fully to the economy. And one thing that is instructive was the demonstration of the slide by Professor Akin, and I saw others as well. I can see that Prof already has a side job in animation and cartooning. It's a job that he can conveniently retire into. And the narratives were very clear. But the message was very, very transparently done. And all of us, in one form or the other, are guilty of this. You feel unwell, think you have a fever, the next thing is you are diagnosing yourself with malaria. Very easy. Just give me injection. Just give me this tablet. I know what it is. We are all, self-diagnosing ourselves and self-telling ourselves that that is what it can only be and that is what it is. So just give us. But we can see that with knowledge and with communication, a lot of all of those negative things, you can rewrite them. And so this program represents a hope rooted on innovation, collaboration, and determination by leveraging digital tools that will ensure that every malaria case is tracked in real time. This is digital. Long are those days when you need to take a whole full blood from your body to just do a simple malaria test. I was asking for my bottle of Mortina because those days when they take your blood test, they must replenish it with a bottle of Mortina. But you can see that with just a small pick, and in no time you can actually. That's what digital life, has done. And so it has helped us by strengthening partnership with the private sector. We'll expand access for quality care. It will help communities to have the knowledge and resources. It will build a culture of preventing that leaves no one behind. And that's a message we need to come out of from here. All of us sitting in this room must immediately turn ourselves into an advocate, into a cheerleader to be able to carry this message forward, to be able to tell everybody that needs to know. Go into our communities, pass on this message that this pre-elimination launch program has started, and it's for all of us to see it, to buy into it, and to work with it. The benefit of eradicating malaria goes beyond just health. In malaria-free Lagos, and indeed in future, in malaria-free Nigeria, it's achievable in our time. And we've all put our minds to it, it's something that could be done. We believe that if we can eliminate it, it will increase productivity, it will improve educational outcomes from our children, it will reduce considerably our health costs. It would also enhance quality of life. All of these points speaks to a better livability standards, in all indices. And so this vision, though ambitious, I believe is achievable. It requires, therefore, all of us, government agencies, healthcare practitioners, healthcare providers, community leaders, development partners, and indeed all citizens to work together with an unwavering resolve. Success will not come overnight, but will be sustained effort and collaborative action. We will prevail. You saw the slides that a farmer and the lady on malaria and the lady on immunization. You saw the statistics between January and February, what the run rate should be. Yes, we will say that, this is just March, but we need to be able to double those numbers. We need to push those numbers to be able to achieve the 2025 target. We need to be able to push and achieve, because there's no magic to it. If your target is 2 million, and at the end of February, we are still doing less than 200,000. You are doing far, far less. So you need to double, your spike shoots. You need to work harder, twice as fast, twice as much for you to achieve the 2025 record. And Doctor told us, Prof told us from WHO that it's 2025. They are going to close the envelope. Hello? Yes, they said they are going to close it. And there's a 20, where is it? I thought it was. They're going to close it. Our target is that we have to take that $20 million. We have to do everything to make sure that we take we'll meet the criteria very, very quickly. Because if it's something that we've all said we want to do, then everybody must be on the same page. I want to commend the farmer and all the ladies that came forward transparently to show us those data. And what we need to do is we don't need to wait in October before we now cry. We need to be able to track this thing on a month-on-month basis. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our partners, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the National Malaria Elimination Program. Our community pharmacists are here. All of our pharmaceutical associations are here. Thank you very much. Our various private and public hospitals and all of you that are here for your valuable support in making this initiative possible. Of course, permit me to thank in absentia our very hardworking Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Al-Pate. Our best regards and our best wishes to him. We know all of the things that he has brought about in his tenure as the Honorable Minister of Health. We wish him well. We are also tracking and monitoring, all of his deliverables so that we can say at the end of the day, in your time, you did all of this. And to also thank the Honorable Minister of State for cooperating and operations with the Honorable Minister. We believe that if you do all of these things and you do them well, your time, your time in that ministry will be written in gold, and Nigerians will forever be grateful because we know that you are pushing everything to ensure that we save over 1 million lives, and you're doing so many things, so many big health initiatives. I want to wish you well. To Dr. Diop, our country director for the World Bank, thank you for your invaluable support at all times, funding your technical assistance. We believe it will continue to catalyze our health initiative. To our country director on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mr. Uche, whose organization's investment has been pivotal to malaria control, we say a big thank you. Dr. Walter, our WHO country representative, we believe that your expertise and your advocacy capacity has helped us to push this forward. Thank you very, very much. To all of our partners, Marshall, Mets, who I met last week, I did promise, I said I'll be here in person. And to all of our other partners, please, let's see this as a start to work. It's only when we achieve what we have said for ourselves that we have done the job. They don't pay people for attempts, they pay people for results. And it's the result that is important. It's the result that takes us to that final breaking point in which we all can say that yes, we've done our best, we've contributed what we needed, and we've seen the results. I believe that we have everything to make it work. We believe we have all it takes to eliminate malaria completely in Lagos State. I want to congratulate our own Ministry of Health. Congratulating ourselves is telling you that you have a lot more to do, Prof, and all of you. But I will be watching, and I will do everything to continue to encourage you. And as a demonstration of that encouragement, I was whispering to Prof that I will also do something different. I will be promoting Dr. Idu as a permanent secretary. Clapping means that she's going to work twice as much. All the very hard work you're doing. To my fellow Lagosians, fight belongs to each of us. Let us embrace a preventive measure like eliminating mosquitoes, adapt, test before treatment. And I think that is the message we need to take away. All of our pharmaceutical establishments ensure that we can pass this message. Test before treatment. It is so important that we do not just take this for granted. Let us ensure that we can take this advocacy into our communities, into our nooks and crannies, and show really that once we have started this campaign in Lagos, go around every part of the city. We can rewrite the history of malaria in Lagos, and it is in our hand. It's all of us in this room that can help. I want to wish you all the very best, and I believe that when we work together, there's absolutely nothing that we cannot achieve together. Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor Souq, may I please your indulgence, Councillor President.
I really didn't like her. She was frowning her face one day. She was doing her eye and her eye. This pre-examination launch of malaria from Lagos State Pathway to Malaria Pre-Ablation and Sterilization Program in Lagos. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I crave your indulgence to quickly invite this Honorable Commissioner for Health, Special Advisor on Health and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, to join you for the first photo op.
As soon as we are done, also we are inviting all the permanent secretaries in Lagos State to join the executive governor, actors from the Federal Ministry of Health, all the directors that have accompanied the Minister of State for Health, all the directors in the Federal Ministry.
Imagine a world without the roar of a lion, the flight of an eagle, or the rhythmic dance of ocean waves teeming with life. Wildlife is more than just the animals, their natural habitat. It is the lifeblood of our ecosystems, shaping the environment and maintaining nature's delicate balance. Yet, with each passing year, human activities threaten this balance. Deforestation, habitat destruction, pollution, and climate change are pushing many species to the brink of extinction. That is why World Wildlife Day is marked on every March 3rd, a global call to action to protect and preserve the rich biodiversity that sustains life on Earth. It is a reminder that wildlife is not just about the animals, it is about us, our survival, our food, our medicine, our future. Wildlife Conservation Finance, investing in people and planet, shines on a spotlight the urgent need for sustainable funding to protect ecosystems. It highlights the role of financial investment in safeguarding both wildlife and human livelihoods. Because when we invest in nature, we invest in ourselves. From individuals to policymakers, businesses to conservationists, every tree saved, every habitat protected, and every species conserved is a step towards securing a healthier planet for future generations. As humans, let's act before it's too late. The fate of wildlife is in our hands, and in saving them, we just might be saving ourselves. Chike Okolo, Souq News Television.
Okay, thank you so much. I think the bill is a good one for Nigeria. And I think that the bill will be a catalyst for business to thrive in Nigeria. So my position and my perspective to the bill would be that it will be a very positive one for Nigeria going forward. If eventually the bill gets through the legislative processes and it have actually eventually become a law. So that would be my position. Thank you. Yeah, the bill will help business in different areas. Let me mention, for instance, the payee is part of cost for a business. It's part of staff cost. And for especially small businesses, which are the major backbone of the economy, the bill is proposing a reduction, that is proposing tax exemption for some category of lower staff cadre, which in essence is a cost reduction for businesses. So by that, it will help the business to thrive. Also, many people will come, by virtue of that, employ more people, which will bring a robust activity for the economy. And at the same time, there's some category of people that their tax will also be reduced compared to what is currently in operation. So it is a positive atmosphere for business. And when you look at it from the perspective of VAT too, you also see that there's going to be zero tax on some product. There's also going to be a tax exempt on some products, especially for masses, people, low income earner. So some certain products, there's going to be exemption. There's some certain product that's going to be zero tax rated. So by that, it will bring a more robust business activity. So by it, and then it will have positive effect on business and economy in general. Yeah, the argument is important. It's very, very important. But when you look at it, fix and fix, the small business, it will encourage more small business. And also, even the 50 million turnover is not a small thing for business, though it is still small relatively to the economic activity. Then, but it is a plus, right? And again, for business that their activity are more than 50 million, then it's good that they should pay tax and contribute little as company income tax to back to the economy. Now, if their taxes are used judiciously, then it will bring more infrastructure to the economy. Then there will be development in the country. Then we'll also be able to look at the advanced country. We envy them, we look at them that their infrastructures in places, then these things are not cheap. They are not cheap. So, but the main focus for now is that is in a positive trend. It's a positive trend. I encourage that the bill should be passed and the implementation then should be followed so that it will bring a positive effect to the economic generally and the business will thrive going forward. Well, I don't see disadvantage, but I see challenge. Okay. Yeah, one of the things is that naturally, human beings were adverse to change. So if something is bringing a change, especially when you want to take us out of a comfort zone, we may not want to willingly agree with it. But for me, I think the positive and the benefits outweigh whatever probably challenge or the disadvantage we may envisage. So I still strongly believe that the bill is in the right direction for us. Oh, okay. I think from the angle of the value-added tax, what I would like to say in that area is that it will help the lower income earners because, like I mentioned earlier, that there's some products that's going to be zero rated, which means that there is not going to be tax VAT on them. There are some that are totally tax VAT exempted, so which means that, and these products, they are products that commonly is everybody really, but more of a masses low income earner will not with the VAT that will have been paid on it will have been an impact on them, then it's taking off. So I think from that perspective is also a good and a welcome one. And it compared to what was proposed before, a general increase in the VAT rate across board. So this one is narrow it down to a particular area. So wherein it also exempt or puts zero rated on some products that are commonly used by the masses. So it's a positive direction. It's a good one. Yeah, okay. One, from the tax perspective, one of the very good things about this bill is that it allows that you claim input fats. VAT is what you sell, what you buy. So the net effect of it is what you remit. Then this bill also helps to claim some expenses which currently is not in operation. So it's a positive one. Then again, you mentioned the increase in the VAT going forward. Well, let's appreciate that the increase is going to be gradual. That's one. Then two, let's also remember that the VAT, some of these products, they are not going to be with VAT again. That with common people like me and you, transport, there's not going to be VAT on it. Rent, no VAT on it. Food item, no VAT on it any longer. And many more. Health, no VAT on it any longer. So you can see that the VAT is going to be increased gradually, but it's not across board. So those basic that we know is every day is already been taken care of. So I think it should give it to the people that work on this bill. Okay, thank you so much for that angle and the question. I want to say that Federal Inland Revenue Services, they are really trying. And I can tell you, There's no system that doesn't have its own challenge. But FRS, they are trying. And they are moving from those days of Alanok. Now we have tax promise. You can do your filing right from the comfort of your office. You don't need to visit their office, except there is a challenge. Right? So, they are doing well, but they are not yet at the best. So, and there is room for improvement. They are already deploying technology. So, what they need to do is to scale up and up to the task. But currently, they are doing well. So, they just need to improve. Yeah, well, it depends on the perspective you look at it. If is it shrinking? Yes, we have some companies that are no more within the soul of the Nigerian. So in that case, their taxes is no more coming to us. But again, look at other businesses that are springing forth. So definitely those are coming to the tax net. And then again, there are some companies that are not, businesses that are not in tax net. So through the use of technologies by FRS, they're already bringing them to tax net. So the tax net is increasing. So the net effect of it, you can say, is increasing. Though we have some that are leaving the soul of Nigeria. So net effect of it, the tax net is increasing. Because we have people that businesses that are coming to Nigeria, and we have people that are businesses that are already in Nigeria, but they are not in tax net, but they are already bringing them to tax net. So it's like they are looking at perspective of increasing the threshold from 25 million to 50 million, as the case may be. Yeah. So are they saying that government should also still be taxing 25 million threshold? So we should applaud the bill that give opportunity for businesses that their threshold is less than 50 million, as the case may be. So, but from that angle, if you are looking at it that the business is shrinking, I don't see from that angle. I see from the angle of if the business is doing well and you are not to pay tax, rent, then your business is becoming robust, then you exceed the 50 million threshold. Then you also come back to the tax to be paying. So it's a way of giving boost to the business. And by the time the business is doing well beyond that threshold, then they'll be able to give back to the society. So it's a win-win situation. It's like giving a kind of relief to a business for them to thrive. And when they become better, doing well, then it's an encouragement to business, which they will also come to the net after that. So it's a good one. The chairman of the year.
The chairman.
Souq.
Yes. How would you assess his performance so far?
Yeah, I think Mr. Souq is a reformer. Yes. Looking at the step he has taken after assuming the office, and I also see that he's somebody that is listening. He has a close relationship with the former chairman of FRS. Probably he has learned some of things from him, challenges that he faced when he was there. So I think he's helping the current chairman. And if you look at the revenue they are getting, they are meeting up with the target. And at the same time, if you look at the staff, I don't see much of issues, challenges within them. So those are the indices that you can look at from the performance of a leader. Look at the staff that is leading. Look at the target, the businesses also, are they fairly? So I think he's doing well, but he can do better.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university, and we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing. Upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this. You're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection. And I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. is just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one. So it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here, all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC words, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children you will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids say, oh, they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. Which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So even in Abuja, when they were going to have Like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked around like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me the top fashion designers that would, when the Alfadi does this thing once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years, I kept them. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, you know. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. this mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they want to take care of you, but nature calls, they part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I would advise them, everybody, try and be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually have earned more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving, you have to be forgiving, you understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious, when you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter whose axe is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done because we need to revamp revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well, and I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people. I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have A-levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, you know, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepard
Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Buggaballs, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I mean? I say Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the Midday News reaching you live from our studios in the commercial city of Lagos. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Let's begin with today's top stories. In today's top stories, President Bola Tinubu approves New Investment Securities Act 2024. The law promises to strengthen Nigeria's capital market and enhance investor protection. Nigerians secure 470 billion naira in personal loans with a significant rise from 21.27% increase, reaching 3.82 trillion naira, according to the Central Bank of Nigeria. And financial institutions comply with federal government new windfall tax regulation as 6 banks pay 205 billion naira. The National Identity Management Commission registers hits 117 million TERS. Lagos State has the highest cumulative enrollment figure. President Bola Tinubu has approved the amended Investment and Securities Act 2024. The Securities and Exchange Commission says the law strengthens Nigeria's capital market, enhances investor protection, and promotes transparency and sustainable growth. The act aligns Nigeria's market operations with global best practices by expanding the Securities and Exchange Commission's regulatory powers. It ensures compliance with international standards, maintaining Nigeria's signatory A status under the IOSCO framework. Now, the key provisions include classifying enhanced exchanges into composite and non-composite types. It also introduces regulations for financial market infrastructures like clearing houses and trade depositories, boosting market stability and investor confidence. Now, President Bola Tinubu has extended the tenure of the Comptroller General, Kemi Nana Nandap, until December 31st, 2026. She was initially appointed on March 1st, 2024, with a tenure set to expire in August 2025. The announcement came through Tinubu's special advisor, Bayo Onanuga, on Monday. Under Nandap's leadership, the Nigerian Immigration Service has modernized its operations, improving border security and migration management. The presidency praised her contribution, highlighting their alignment with Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. The extension ensures continued reforms within the service. President Tinubu reaffirmed his commitment to strengthening Nigeria's immigration policies and territorial security. He urged Nandap to maintain her dedication to the service's strategic goals. The administration pledged further support to enhance national security and orderly migration. The Central Bank of Nigeria has revealed that Nigerians obtained personal loans totaling 470 billion naira from banks in the last quarter of 2024. According to the CBN's fourth quarter 2024 economic report, consumer credit rose by 11.06% to 4.72 trillion naira in December, up from 4.25 trillion naira in September. personal loans saw a significant 21.27% increase, reaching 3.8 trillion naira, while retail loans declined by 18.18% to 0.90 trillion naira, according to reports. The report highlights a growing reliance on personal loans amid rising inflation, which stood at 34.80% in December. The CBN's multiple interest rate hikes in 2024 pushed lending rates higher, raising concerns about repayment burdens and potential loan defaults. Despite the surge in personal loans, the banking sector's asset quality improved, with the non-performing loans ratio dropping to 4.50%, below the 5% prudential benchmark. Now, banks have started complying with the federal government's windfall tax regulation despite attempts to lobby the government to reduce it. According to audited reports filed with the Nigerian Exchange Limited, 6 banks have so far paid about 205.59 billion naira in compliance with the new regulation. A windfall tax is a high tax leveled by government on sectors or businesses that have disproportionately benefited from the favorable market conditions rather than the company's efforts. The tax specifically targets the significant profits banks made due to the Naira's devaluation exercise in mid-2023 and a move to raise the tax revenues share of the gross domestic product to 18% from 11% within the 3 years. And now, on a lighter note, today is the 1st of April, and it's usually regarded as the Fool's Day. The report examines the history of the Fool's Day. Bayo Olawi has the report presented from our studios.
Today is the first day of April and the second day of the holidays, declared by the federal government to mark the end of the Ramadan fast. Known as Fool's Day, the significance of April 1st is rooted in humor, trickery, and lightheartedness, with the goal of bringing some laughter to people's lives. While its origins are unclear, there are a few theories about how it came about. One of the most popular theories is that it dates back to the 16th century, when France switched from the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar. Those who continue to celebrate the new year around April 1st instead of January 1st became the targets of jokes, and people will play pranks on them, calling them fools. In modern times, the significance of the day has evolved into a global tradition of playing harmless pranks, whether it's simple practical jokes or a more elaborate hoax. The media and companies participate in the tradition, with some creating elaborate, believable news stories or advertisements. The goal is simply to entertain and add humor to the day. Chiki Okolo, reporting for Souq News Television.
And there you have it. We're going to break shortly, and when we return, we'll bring you more stories. To stay with us. Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the news. Nigeria's Sovereign Investment Authority's result for the 2024 financial year reveals a growth in net assets despite global economic challenges. In a statement signed by the NSIA's head of corporate communications, Joyce Onyegbula, the agency's net asset nearly doubled, increasing by 96% to 4.35 trillion naira as of December 2024, compared to 2.2 trillion naira in December 2023. The statement attributes the increase to the authority's successful investment strategy, driven by a diversified revenue base and robust risk management practices. According to the statement, the Investment Authority maintained profitability for the 12th consecutive year, resulting in cumulative retained earnings of 3.74 trillion naira at the end of 2024. Total operating profits, excluding the share of profits from associates and joint venture entities, rose from 1.17 trillion naira in 2023 to 1.86 trillion naira in 2024. Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NETI, has pledged to strengthen transparency in the oil and gas sector and review the recent divestments by the international oil companies. The agency said the comprehensive examination will look at every step of the divestments involving 26 oil blocks worth $600.63 billion by the 5 international oil companies. NETI's Executive Secretary Ogbonnaya Orji made this known at a briefing to update the public on the implementation of the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative in Nigeria. Said the transactions include notable sales such as Shell to Renaissance at $2.4 billion, ExxonMobil to Seplat at $1.28 billion, and Total Energies to Chapal at $860 million. Orji said the oil and gas divestments were reshaping Nigeria's industry, hence the need to ensure that divestment adhered to due process. In 2024, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission gave regulatory approval to international oil companies that sought a request to hand over its asset to local investors. Now, data from the National Identity Management Commission have shown a total of 117 million registrations for the National Identity Number as of February 28, 2025. The NIMC statistics show that 66,281,803 are males, while 51,079,521 are females, representing 56.5% and 43.5% respectively. The data also reveals that Lagos State has the highest cumulative enrollment figure with over 12.6 million registrants, while Kano State followed with 10.2 million registrants. Bayelsa, Ebonyi, and Ekiti states ranked as the 3 states with the lowest enrollment figures at 758,111 registration, 990,775 registrations, and 143,102 registrations, respectively. The federal government Naira for crude oil policy with the Dangote refinery is set to be extended. According to a senior official in the NNPCL, discussions are on way to renew the policy due to its positive impact on the economy. The initial 6-month agreement, which ended on March 31, 2025, allowed the refinery to purchase crude oil in Naira to stabilize fuel prices and boost forex liquidity. Meanwhile, the Dangote refinery has diversified its crude supply, importing 140,000 barrels per day from Brazil and Equatorial Guinea due to inconsistent local availability. S&P Global reports that the refinery processed 400,000 barrels daily in 2025, with 35% sourced internationally. NNPC, which previously supplied crude in Naira, delivered on its commitment, prompting the refinery to seek alternative suppliers. Human rights group Huriwa has urged President Tinubu to renew the deal, warning that its discontinuation could trigger fuel price hikes and worsen economic hardship. The refinery, however, has expressed concern about forex risk, stating that selling products in Naira while buying crude price in dollars-linked rates is not commercially advantageous. Negotiations for a new agreement is said to be in progress, according to reports. Still on oil and gas, Dangote Petroleum Refinery has resumed loading premium malt spirit on trucks for oil marketers after a temporary halt of the Naira for crude payments. The refinery had stopped truck loading on a Naira basis following the suspension of the Naira for crude oil program. rising crude oil prices, and foreign exchange difficulties. However, the loading by ships on a dollar basis continued. Meanwhile, the loading by ships being continued on the rate, many companies like MRS Oil and Gas complied with the arrangement to top up payments to be supplied petrol 880 naira per liter on Monday, the 31st of March. Petrol prices rose with the pump prices reaching up to 960 naira per liter and depot prices at 900 naira per liter. Lagos recorded the lowest rates at 930 naira per liter, while the northern states experienced the highest at 960 naira per liter. Industry analysts warn that continued economic challenges may further impact fuel prices, transportation, and the general cost of living in the country. You're still watching Midday News on Souq News Television. We're going to break. When we return to bring you more stories, do join us again.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us. The Lagos State Building Control Agency has started demolishing illegal structures following the expiration of the amnesty period. Officials began enforcement in Ogudu GRA to ensure compliance with the urban planning regulations. Permanent Secretary Bola Oki said the government gave property owners time to obtain approvals. Several notices were issued before this final enforcement drive. The initiative aims to prevent building collapses and the reclaim public spaces. The exercise will continue across Lagos State to remove unapproved buildings. Authorities urged developers to follow regulations to avoid similar actions. Now, electricity consumers in the southeastern part of the country have accused the Enugu Electricity Distribution Company of inefficiency and poor service delivery across the region. At a nationwide hall meeting in Awka, consumer advocacy groups, including the Electricity Consumers' Rights Network and concerned stakeholders, decried the unreliable power supply and erratic billing by the EEDC. They called for increased competition and the establishment of independent power plants to reduce reliance on the company. In a communique signed by Osita Obi and Emeka Rawl, the groups criticized the EEDC's monopoly and demanded urgent reforms to improve electricity distribution. Quote, the lack of competition in the power sector has led to inefficiencies, unreliable services, and consumer exploitation. The manufacture of electricity meters by the EEDC is a clear conflict of interest, end quote. However, the Enugu Electricity Distribution Company's head of corporate communications, Emeka Eze, attributed the power challenges to nationwide issues beyond the company's control. He insisted that EEDC is making efforts to deliver quality services, but emphasized that the power sector problems should not be blamed solely on the distribution companies. International airlines in Nigeria spent about 25 billion naira annually on aircraft towing due to the Federal Airport Authority's failure to install 28 aero bridges procured since 2014, according to reports. Unlike in other countries where passengers disembark directly via the jetways, airlines in Nigeria must pay the ground handlers up to $1,350 per towing, delaying passengers by 20 minutes per flight. With 11,880 aircraft movements yearly at Lagos Murtala Mohammed Airport, airlines collectively spent over $16 million, an equivalent of 24.6 million naira on towing. Experts, including former NEMA MD Roland Iyai, alleged collusion between the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria and the ground handlers, urging the authority to import and install the bridges. The Federal Airport Authority officials have remained silent on the issue. And in the world of sports, defending champions El Kanemi Warriors will play four-time winners Eyimba of Aba in the round of 32 of the President Federation Cup. The All-Nigerian Premier Football League showdown is set for Buhari Mini Stadium in Abuja on Wednesday. Eyimba crushed El Shama FC 5-0, while El Kanemi edged Simon Ben FC 3-2 to reach the stage. Eyimba, two-time CAF champions and league winners, are relying on the competition for a continental ticket after struggling in the Nigerian Premier Football League. They currently sit 9th position, making a top 3 finish unlikely. In other all-NPFL matchups, Sunshine Stars face Plateau United in Kogi, while Rangers meet the Heartland in Accra. Elsewhere, Rivers United take on Beyond Limits in Benin City, and Ikorodu City plays Crown FC in Ijebu-Ode. Lobby Stars battle Solution FC, and Kwara United face Gombe United, and defending champions Bendel Insurance meet Adamawa United. The winners will progress to the next stage, according to reports. Now, that's a wrap on the news. Many thanks for joining us. Do well to follow us in all our bulletins and all our social media platforms at Souq News TV. I'm Oyin Priye Krumale. Very good afternoon to you.
I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. That's what's driven me personally. That's what's driven me at Trace.
All right, welcome again. It's Inside Life. My name is Hans Mba, and as usual, we have an extra special guest for you each week. Today we got Sam Onyemelukwe. I was about to murder your name.
Yeah.
And he is, I say that he is Trace TV, right? He's been doing this for eons, some say decades, and it's in the system. You know how the line goes, when they're in the system and no telling. So Sam is here, and we want to really talk his life, his inside life, how he's come this far, the things he has done to create a paradigm shift in the business. And I'll let him do all that talking. Sam, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, bro. How are you?
I'm well.
Good to see you.
It's been a while. It's been a really long time.
Yeah.
So talk to us about Trace. For those that don't know, let us know just a brief introduction about you.
Sure. Well, so for those of your viewers who don't even know Trace, maybe I'll tell them.
You want to start from there? Yeah. I like it.
Well, so we're lucky to be what I would say is one of the most influential and popular music and entertainment platforms on the continent. When I started with Trace, yes, like you said, eons ago, so more than a decade.
Oh, yes.
And when I started in the entertainment industry, more than 2 decades ago here in Nigeria, we've been able to navigate and keep as one of the strong platforms. We started with 1 or 2 TV channels. Now we have over 30, and we're all across Africa and in most of the diaspora too.
So what gave birth to this? Because looking at your history, Trace, it seemed like Trace just jumped out of nowhere and just started to, do things. And because we have the amount of young people, youth here, and many, especially in recent times, are being navigated towards the entertainment, towards the creative.
Naturally, yeah.
Back in my day, you told your daddy you wanted to make music.
What are you talking about?
That's even the list, But now parents are enrolling their children.
They're pushing their kids to it.
They're buying them a whole studio setup, birthdays, guitars and stuff. So what influenced y'all just jumping out and making this happen?
Well, no, to your point. I mean, I love the fact that as you said, back in our days, I would see a kid in the village, one of my nephews or niece, and all they were interested in was just kind of surviving, maybe finishing school. They were hoping maybe they'll have a bigger farm. Now they believe they're going to be the next whiz kid.
Oh yeah.
Right? And so for me, it's that.
And it's doable.
It's very doable.
Yes.
And so it's that excitement, that burning passion and ambition that we have as young Africans that has driven me. Because I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. And then now parents are saying, take this, go forward with it. So that's what's driven me personally. That's what's driven me at Trace. And how we just jumped out. Well, that's a magic trick that I'll keep in my sleeve. But no, we've like I said, I'm very humbled, and that we've really been able to make a big impact on the music, on the creative industry in Nigeria directly, as well as across the continent.
Speaking about impact, don't make me jump the gun because I have those questions. So in influencing or affecting the economy, we have seen what the numbers that artists bring in. We're talking the Burna Boy numbers, we're talking Wizkid numbers, we're talking Davido numbers, and how it's affecting the economy.
It's real.
And they're bringing a huge amount. We're talking billions. The other day we're interviewing, talking to a few people, and we're talking about how Nigeria is missing out on the billion-dollar movie industry and all that stuff. So based on that, what do you think our stake is in that whole? I'm not even going as far as Hollywood now.
Sure.
In Africa, Nigeria, what's our cut in the cake, the massive cake?
No, look. I'm a proud Nigerian. Some of you pretending I'm not Nigerian because I'm yellow, but I'm a proud Nigerian. Okay, I'm a proud Nigerian.
Yes.
And I'm only that piece of it because we are also proud people. And it's that and our attitude and our confidence that has made us dominant in the music and the film and the entertainment industry across the continent. So truthfully, we should really, Nigeria should be benefiting even in a better way. But I won't fault where we're at. I would say that there's a lot of the right energy, a lot of the right efforts, and a lot of the right people in the right places for us to continue to grow this industry both locally and internationally. In government, we're very excited to see the lineup of those getting involved, from the Honorable Minister himself, across to Minister. I'm talking of Information Technology, down to the Minister of Creative Industries, Obi Asika, Tola Akerele, who's DG of Tourism, Culture Tourism, and then Tola Akerele at the National Theatre. So many great players are getting involved who know this industry, who can help us make this a sustainable thing, right? One of the things that
you think we're affecting the economy for the music part, do you think we're affecting it positively, having listed these names? And what they're doing or what they should be doing?
No, absolutely. And what I would go back to say is that, first of all, for me, and I think for a lot of them, one of the biggest focuses, I think one of the biggest focuses should be and is the local aspect of it. it's very exciting for us all to say that we have a Grammy-nominated or Grammy-winning superstar like a Burna, and we've had many of them over the years, right?
Nominees for eons.
For eons. So it's not just, guys get excited like this is the first time. Even back in the 70s, right? Much less across Africa, Angelique Kidjo, and we know. So I'm very proud of what the guys are doing now, and I love that fact. But from an industry perspective and for our economy, we need to look at the local economy, right? We need to look at the local support and the local generation of wealth around this industry.
Yes.
For our movies, we don't have enough cinemas. What are people doing in community cinemas? What are they doing, to ensure that the people who love this content in the northernmost reaches, maybe Yola or wherever, can enjoy this content at a price and in a way that's not going to, to break the bank, right? That's going to make it worthwhile so that our economy can continue to grow. And on the music industry, sure, you talked about all the big guys, music and content.
Yes.
You talked about all the big guys, but I also love the bottom of the pyramid.
I do.
Right? I love this, the fact that there are thousands of creators. I just watched your show, and you had the young man who's a busker.
Yes.
What's his name again?
Komi Flames.
Komi Flames.
Yes.
Come on. You have a busker on the streets of Lagos. You have thousands of guys making content. And, and this also represents a huge shift and to the dynamic of what's happening in the economy, as well as the economics of it. So you have Burna Boy and whoever at the top generating literally hundreds of millions of dollars in activity.
Yes.
But likewise, those hundreds of thousands at the bottom are also doing the same thing. So it's a paradigm shift for our industry, for our economy.
And we're loving it. You said something about we're not benefiting enough. Shed more light on that.
Yeah, no, definitely. Look, one of the basic things is the protection of intellectual property.
Yes.
Right? On a very show like this, in the mall, I hate to say it because our economy's tight right now, so we all don't want to spend money. But even in a wedding, we're supposed to actually pay for the music we use. True. That DJ is supposed to pay music rights.
I agree.
The mall or the shop that you go to is supposed to play music rights. The radio station, the TV channel, we're supposed to pay music rights. But those protections and that regulation is not in place enough to generate that out of this. So our economy is being shortchanged. The creators are being shortchanged, and those of us who are behind the scenes, our businesses are getting shortchanged. But we're on the right path. I'm confident.
So what can you tell us 1, 2, 3 things that you feel we can do to mitigate this? Because I say this, I also have a weekly show where we talk to hip hop artists and from down there.
Right.
I'm like, we're talking, I don't want to name names now, we're talking 0.0001% to the artist. And still, many people don't feel led to, despite all the subscription and stuff, many people don't feel led to subscribe because there's a feeling that the artists are being robbed. Like you're saying now. So how do we, is it just we talk about it to shed light to it? Because they said you talk about it frequently or often enough, something gets done. But beyond that, who does the something? We're talking about.
So to your point, there's multiple players in the ecosystem. There's stakeholders.
Yes.
And each stakeholder needs to play its part. But why I'm confident is because the money is so compelling. There's a floodgate waiting to be opened, and nothing moves mountains like money. Right? So we're all motivated in the right way because we can point to, and as you said, as we continue to talk as an industry about, let me go back to performance rights, right? Performance rights, for the artists, maybe not even a big name. Let's talk of an unknown artist or only, not so well-known artist who has a hit song. That song should be generating money across multiple revenue streams.
Yes.
It's not right now, right? But when the record label is looking at that and saying there's 5 billion naira that should be coming out of this song every month, that's not from radio stations, etc. That is the type of impetus that changes it. Government needs to do its part, both on the regulatory side and the organization. COSON and MCSN have been fighting too long. P-Man,
Just focus on the art, focus on the business.
On the art. Sort this stuff. Get out of the fighting. The money is there. You're holding it back. We need that unleashed, right? Likewise, industry players need to play their part. Radio stations, TV stations, hotels, bars, we need to fess up and say this music is worth something.
Yes, it's not free.
It wasn't even made free. It wasn't made free, and it's the way, me as a TV station, it's the way we make money, right? The reason that people watch my channel is because I play these music videos. So I can't take this for granted. So we pay almost 25% of our revenues at Trace to music rights. So here in Nigeria, that's in the billions that we pay for music rights every year, right? And that money should be getting to the artist. Sometimes it doesn't. But we need to play our part. Government needs to play its part. The private institutions and the viewers. The public needs to recognize there's value in this thing. It's real. When you jump and dance to a Davido song, sure, you see him rich on Instagram, but just know that this thing is real. It's real money.
It really costs money.
Guy, will you enjoy it? You make hit song, you won't collect.
Just make it easy, your product.
Yeah, exactly.
You hand
whatever
it out for
product,
free.
it's your product.
You hand it out for free.
Exactly.
So also, a lot of these things are happening to affect the youth and how they're gainfully, maybe not gainfully, engaged.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully gainfully.
There was the awards you guys did, some other culture, because when the culture shifts like that, it creates opportunities, especially for the young ones, which is our focus basically.
100.
So you have done the awards. Tell us about the awards in Rwanda. It was massive. I saw it and I'm like, wow.
Yes. So
why Rwanda? Sam, come on.
Okay. First of all, let's tee up the awards. For those that don't know about the awards, we did our first ever Trace Awards and Festival last year, almost a year ago, and we were excited because it actually did the impact that we wanted. So we truly took the entire music industry and we claimed the space as the top awards on the continent in one fell swoop.
Really?
One fell swoop. I mean, we had over 80 artists there from all over the continent, right? Of course, we had our big boys, the Naija boys. We had David there, Davido there, Rema there, Yemi Alade was there, Mr. Easy, Feels, the list goes on. And we dominated, my people. We dominated.
Nigeria does that easy.
Yeah, but we also had Diamond Platinums from East Africa.
East Africa.
We had, the name's gonna escape me. I'm an old guy, please forgive me if I can't remember everything. But we had South Africa represented, we had North Africa represented, and we had over 500 million views of that show, really? Right? We were covered in the Hollywood Reporter, we were covered in Variety, we were covered in Music Business Worldwide, and we're covered in Pulse.
You know why that's so important is because it creates opportunities.
Exactly.
It creates jobs. It creates. That's why I'm beefing. I'm like, you took it to Rwanda.
So
we're getting there, right?
So we're getting.
I want to hear it.
So we were able to pull off a huge awards, and I'll give you a little bit. Okay, I'll give you a bit of a scoop. We're just on the verge of announcing this year's awards.
It's an annual thing.
It's an annual thing.
Fantastic.
We are actually.
Hope is going to be here.
I can't make you happy today on that one. I can't make you happy on that one. I prefer to be straight. It's not gonna work.
Oh, come on.
So the next one, we actually really wanted to do the awards at the beginning of the year. So the second edition, 2024s, will actually be held in February.
2025.
February 2025. It will cover the entire of the 2024 year. And we're doing it in Zanzibar, in Tanzania, in the Zanzibar Islands, and it will be a blowout. It's going to be amazing.
No, the one this year was crazy.
Yeah.
And I saw it, I was like, I said to myself, I'm like, do we do stuff like this? Because where you see stuff similar to that is where, of course, our top Niger guys pack out, arenas.
Yeah.
And you look at the stage, it's
yeah.
beautiful, it's Hollywood-esque, and...
Well, I'll give a nod.
And I longed for it to be here.
I'll give a nod to my former work lover. I used to work at Viacom MTV, and MTV does it, right? They, the VMAs or
all the lights.
It's just it's unbelievable. The BET Awards, they just kill it, and that's what we did here on the continent. So MTV hasn't been doing on the continent for a while, so we said, oh yeah, we'll take.
And yes, I wanted to even talk about something similar to that. There's an awards that just passed. It's annual, but each time they take it out here, they take it to the US. But it's a Nigerian award. What do you think about that?
Without naming names, Mr. Anima Shaun is a good friend of mine.
Without naming names.
and to be honest, I see where he was going with it, and I think it's been quite impactful, right?
For the Americans?
No, it's still for the Nigerians, right? Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Right? We all know, and in fact, the African Union officially recognizes the diaspora as the 6th region of Africa, right? And oftentimes we don't actually engage in the diaspora in the way we can and should. We are, those of your viewers and fans that pay attention know that over $25 billion a year is remitted annually just by Nigerians. So think of the entire continent of diaspora and people in the diaspora. So being in the diaspora made sure that the audience there knew that they're not just a separate thing, right? That they're part of us, whether they're separated by an ocean or as close as a video call. That we wanted them to feel and experience that, and that's what IO did, right? He's bringing it back. He's bringing it back nowadays.
Yeah, because there was a lot of flack about it.
But there was also a lot of great stories about it, right? So I reject that it was a one-way thing. And IO did achieve what he wanted to do by bringing it there. He's coming back to also bring another aspect to it. This is one of the longest running awards on the continent in Nigeria for 17 years, sorry, right? That the Headies has been reigning. So all respect.
So the great thing is, for me, it's the impact on the economy that's does crucial it for me, especially for the young ones, because it's seemingly not easy, and there seems to be no way out. But the creative industry, acting, music, producing, all that stuff has helped open those doors for them.
No, look, so for the Trace Awards, right? And to be honest, I would really love to do it here in Nigeria, right? We've been starting some discussions with Lagos State, the national government, because you need government support, especially for the big-scale creative industry on the continent. Government must be a part of it. And not just our awards. We just talked about it from all the other aspects of this, right? So the creative industry needs government, right? And I'm hopeful that we can see our way to doing it here. We have some issues to sort out. From our tourism aspect, travel, safety, etc. But so we're definitely open to bringing it here. But the awards that we did, the night itself, as in the cost of the night itself, was about 5 billion naira. For the setup, the event, the travel, everything that happened around that night. And during that week, and even more, about a 2 to 3 week period, we generated over $30 million of economic activity. That included...
Which is why it hurt me each time I said...
That we didn't do the awards here, right? That we were doing it in Rwanda and we're bringing it to Tanzania. We had over 2,000 people fly and stay a week. Because we extended, it wasn't just one night. There was this festival, there was a summit. This year we'll do a more music summit. So you had over 2,000 people traveling, at an average of $1,000 for flight and hotel, even more, really $1,500. There you've already got, $3 million of benefit. And then, clubbing, shopping, food, etc. And we employed over 2,500 people directly and indirectly during that week, both from the technical team, the setup, carpenters, set dressers, film people, lawyers, etc. The artist managers, etc.
My heart is breaking as you're going on.
So that's how you.
Rwanda has eaten all that. So let me. We're getting digitized quickly. Across board. We're talking AI. AI has been integrated to everything. Even on WhatsApp, they're asking you, okay, what?
So
digitally, especially coming in, how you guys came in. How has that helped, and how does it continue to help, or is there a roof? Is there a cap to digitally making these things happen in an open way?
I don't know that I would say there's a cap, but technology and human innovation always sees that we find another way to do things differently. Whether it's expanding and growing it, or sometimes a funny way that it just goes off to the side and you're surprised, etc. So I don't think there's an end point in sight for the innovations, the changes, and of what technology brings to our industry, and how we as consumers enjoy it, interact with it, and contribute to it. I think it's going to continue to be, a really dynamic thing. So for Trace, we've embraced digital, the digital ecosystem in a huge way. From starting off from straight TV channels, we have an e-learning platform that has over half a million active subscribers on the continent. We've just morphed that into Trace Plus. Trace Plus is our streaming app that's really going to be focused on delivering the content in the way people want it. We're still on TV channels. We're still on TV screens as we are doing today. But we're all watching here, True. More as much as anything. So, we're of course embracing that. But furthermore, as an organization, let me give a small shout out again to, I love to encourage our government people, to the Honorable Minister of Information and Technology, His Excellency Bosun Tijani, for his foresight and ambitions around AI. Sometimes, especially when I was younger, I'll look at AI, or that time I wanted to launch satellites. I'd be like, Naija, what's wrong with us? We can't buy tomato yet. We're talking about AI. But the truth is, he's got it. And I was listening to him last week at Moonshot, and he was saying, if we don't invest now, we have the minds for it. Don't worry about that. If we don't invest now, we don't get involved, we'll be so far behind, we'll never catch up, right? So yes, maybe it's not the biggest priority, and we have much more pain and
give it time.
But we must pay attention to it. We can't even afford 5 years to be completely uninvolved. And let's give it to ourselves. We have the minds, we have the innovation, we have the guys who may do something amazing in the coming years with AI, and all of us will be sitting here like, now wow. And so let's let that happen.
Sam, thank you so much. We could go on.
Clearly, we can just enough.
Thank you for coming through.
Absolutely.
I will call on you again.
100%. Anytime. I love being here.
All right, thank you so much for tuning in. It's Inside Life, and we speak to the people that matter in the various industries, so they bring insights from the inside of their life. It's Handsome Bar. See you next time.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement, to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups And another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NUG where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here to do. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why he came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our Grand Norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. This is why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but a reaffirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandate, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. A contract supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure that sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stand in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations. And transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was the Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agree that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical. And as chief law officers, they need to work together with us, because by section 15 of the Constitution, all of us are supposed to put hand on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also, I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. Because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of process of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasoni. I ensure that all their programs are intact, and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you are aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions' adherence to ethical standards. We released the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the one civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tonko Sununu, they were there. The former Minister of Women Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its greats in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, Act 2, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency. And also an agency which is unaccountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are tabled before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled it last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to. And also, how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we will monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We too, we can follow because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also, we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC. And we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the African Court to please desist. Because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption, because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I had the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that Global Network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover all professional fee to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we'll keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our aid. Try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever worked within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC, for the past 25 years, has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that is why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leader of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we will make Nigeria great, and also will tackle the challenge of our corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt-free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you're talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we'll see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress and pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money. And you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh. People will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And distinguished editors, I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it. And also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also, we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process. Because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges, no. It is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption, when you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem, because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need. Any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct, Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer with secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to code of conduct because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem, why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the thread. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. This is an area whereby there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement be raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But they know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities. MLA, other things that you'll be frustrated because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constituency project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when member of National Assembly told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this executive project tracking. You people are doing well. But I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. There was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning, he said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the projects. We have noticed whereby some of them, they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you noticed that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be dig in one place and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see whereby street lights, instead of to be installed on the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that are keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best. And we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who is facing trial. A charge will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. A former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also, we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things, and that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the proceeds of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, we are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that and we have recovered a lot. And if I may say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges, and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. Or you insist that you're not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all anti-corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all the projects. That's why you, as the media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, all your projects. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your sector district that was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you do not execute. Please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I'm not going to do that. I hope I have answered. We are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of proceeds of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora of anti-corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of it's not even law alone. There are politics, there are diplomacy. So it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us sign an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to your own countries. And they agree. There are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete signing an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, I here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I want to commend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where his pitches is. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace, that God should color your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it. You have the right team to drive it. Finally, I have this advice. You can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans, and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you could have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises, of course, the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news. Also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors, and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will color your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had 2 questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I decided to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket, which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number 2, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage him, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court. It's because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here
to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So you're coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue. Because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming. God bless you.
And I will do my best to discharge my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why, if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this lie, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I will go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I'm doing. And also God knows what I'm doing, and also know my ability, because the anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. Even if you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, or this thing. So on my own part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge. Because that's the only thing I can say. On the other issue, which like the president said, that the lecture you gave us, and some of the things you raised, I quite agree with you that those are the challenges, and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the Constitution is structured in such a way that the Chapter 2, it is left in such a way that is you, the leader, that you strive to ensure that Chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare, good environment, all other social amenities. You as a leader, you must think outside the box to ensure that you reduce the poverty level, which I agree with you. The level of poverty is really high, and we need to tackle it, because without tackling the poverty, we will continue to face this challenge of corruption that keeps on coming. And also, we are not justifying or depending the public office holders or the politicians, like you said, that we are saying that there's societal pressure. Like you said, it's a fact. We can't deny it. Myself as ICPC chairman, if I show you the number of text messages people are sending to me every day, you'll be shocked. In fact, I am even thinking that some of them have even forgotten that I am the ICPC chairman. Maybe they are thinking that I am chairman of one local government or a state governor, because they will keep on sending. So, and also they will keep on calling, because the number of calls are such that they are unbearable. And we are part of the society. Even if we deny, there is such a thing that even if you deny, is a reality. And I agree that poverty is one of the factors. But also we have to keep on telling people that they need to consider public office holders. And also we, the public office holders, also, we need to live a simple life. Because some of us, the way we are living a very larger life, that's why people will keep on pressurizing you. But unfortunately, it is also us the Nigerians that are pushing people. Like that member I started the example, he told me that my constituents were telling me that look at this man. He has finished house order, he has an old car. Up to now. So people are even looking at you, there are certain things that even if you exhibit as a public officer, people will look at you that is strange. So why? Because it is the society that are pushing people to adopt a life that will put you in trouble. And once you resist, like I said, they will say you are awkward, you are difficult. You know, all these things. And we are all human beings. And that is why we need that support from you, the media, in your own writings, articles, and opinions, and also the public too. They need to support public officers that are transparent, that try to live within their means and within the ambit of the law. But without that, you will find one or two people that because of that, they will derail. Because of that prejudice. That's why always I will raise this issue of prejudice. Last week when I was in Gombe, and I told the chairman, don't allow anybody to put pressure on you to dip your hand in public purse. Let them say whatever they want to say. Because one day you are going to leave. It's better for you to leave, you go home and sleep well, than for you to leave and something to follow up which will not be nice.
Well, I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily, one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry. Power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Shehu Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring Dahiru Sadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. Yeah, it's definitely not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Nwaneri, and there's an Okoli, there's Ndidi, both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of the Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians is neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all around this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me, these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league, talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons, or the group of persons, who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists, that are practitioners there, not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it, and that's content, and you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they are still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now, for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they would tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here, we are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
Bring to you the remarkable life of a Nigerian businesswoman who has overcome significant challenges to become one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. Let me tell you about the strength, resilience, and passion for success of a woman who journeyed into the male-dominated world of oil exploration and production. A woman who displayed her love for philanthropic endeavors and her commitment to empowering others, particularly women and young people. This woman is Folorunsho Alakija. It takes only the brave, courageous, and smart-minded people to become rich and influential personalities in the world. In Africa, when we mention the names of rich and powerful women, you must mention the name Folorunsho Alakija, the richest woman in Africa. Her net worth, according to Forbes, is $1 billion. Now, how did she start? Let's take you down memory lane on the life of Folorunsho Alakija. Folorunsho Alakija was born on Sunday, 15th July 1951 to Chief L.A. Ogbara, her father, and Mrs. Ogbara, her mother, who is a businesswoman. She was born into a polygamous family of 8 wives and 52 children. Her mother was the first wife, and she was the 8th child of her mother. Young Folorunsho grew up at her family house located at Ido Oluwo Street, Ikorodu, Lagos. She had her nursery education at Our Lady of Apostles Nursery School from 1955 to 1958, also in Lagos. At the age of 7, her parents enrolled her at a primary school in Wales called Dino Ben School for Girls in Wales. She was in that boarding school for 4 years before she returned to Nigeria. After her primary education, she attended Muslim High School, Shagamu, Ogun State in 1963. Well, during the holidays, she would go to her mother's shop to participate in the textile business. She would learn about trading and marketing of textiles. Generally, she learned a lot of tricks about business. After graduation from high school, she enrolled at Pitman Central College, London, to study secretarial studies. In 1974, Folorunsho started her career working as an executive secretary at Sijuade Enterprises. After gaining some experience there, she moved on to First National Bank of Chicago, now First City Monument Bank, working as the executive secretary to the managing director. Later, she was appointed the new head of the Corporate Affairs Department of the International Merchant Bank of Nigeria, formerly First National Bank of Chicago. She moved on in her career to become office assistant to the Treasury Department. After spending 12 years in the banking sector, Folorunsho traveled to London in 1984 to study fashion designing. She studied intensive courses in millinery and fashion design at the American College in London and the Central School of Fashion. When she returned to Nigeria, she established her fashion label called Supreme Stitches. Within 3 weeks of setting up her business, she was invited to take part in a fashion competition. Folorunsho won the competition that brought her straight into the limelight of the fashion industry in Nigeria. Prominent women from different parts of the country started making clothes with her. Her fashion company thrived successfully, and a few years later, she renamed it to the Rose of Sharon House of Fashion, making it a proper fashion line. As her success in fashion grew, she was later made national president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADON, and a lifelong trustee of the association. By the early 1990s, Folorunsho decided it was time to expand her business tentacles to oil and gas. Her company, FAMFA Limited, was incorporated in September 1991. The company applied for an oil prospecting license, OPL, to explore a 617,000-acre block for oil, now OPL 216. In August 1993, the company was awarded the leasehold rights of OPL 216 oil block, and it was renamed officially. FAMFA Oil was changed to FAMFA Oil Limited. Its goal was to be the forefront of indigenous oil and gas exploration and production in Nigeria. Folorunsho got on board the exploration of a major deep water oil field located 1,500 meters off the Niger Delta, the Agbami field. She gained access by partnering with Star Deepwater Petroleum, a subsidiary of Texaco, through a joint venture agreement. FAMFA Oil Limited then appointed Star Deepwater Petroleum as its official technical advisor for the OPL 216 exploration license. The company received 40% of FAMFA's 100% stake, while the remaining 60% was retained by FAMFA and the Alakija family. It was discovered in 1998 by Shell. Star Deepwaters Limited, an affiliate to Chevron, functions as the operator of the field. Through her company, FAMFA, Folorunsho and other companies are oil benefactors of the Agbami field. The Agbami field was first discovered in 1998 but only became active in 2008. Its operations will last throughout 2024. After a majority of its vast reserves would have been extracted, she had to fight back against the government in court for laying claims to a 50% stake in her company. It was initially a 40% stake, but the government later returned for an additional 10%, claiming that the company generated a revenue of $10 million from the oil block. Folorunsho felt it was unfair because her company had worked hard, invested everything in the business. When the fruits of their labor started to manifest, that's when the government took everything away. The Alakija family fought the government in court until they won on May 22, 2012. The first drilling of the Agbami well was done on 15 July 1998. The exploratory well was about 4,700 feet underwater, which was the deepest depth in Nigeria at that time. From the license application to the point of the company's first strike, there was an interval of 17 years. Today, Famfa Oil Limited is a leading oil and gas exploration company. Folorunsho Alakija has other businesses in property, real estate, and in printing. She owns Dayspring Property Development, a real estate company with investments in different parts of the world. She also owns Digital Reality Print Limited, a printing company and corporate services provider. And in the area of philanthropy, Folorunsho's success story would not be complete without mentioning how she wants to give back to society. She wants to help those in need. Hence, she started the Rose of Sharon Foundation, which was created in 2008. It is a registered faith-based NGO that has empowered widows and their families and orphans to be successful through education programs and scholarships up to the university level within the country, Nigeria. Through Famfa Oil Limited, Folorunsho also hands out yearly scholarships to 9,000 medical and engineering students across the nation. The foundation has also donated a total of 21 chest clinics for the treatment of tuberculosis in 21 states across Nigeria, including the Niger Delta region and Lagos State. They have successfully donated 4 e-libraries and 2 school libraries to schools within the nation. In addition, she has a foundation created to empower women called Flourish Foundation. It encourages women in their different careers and provides grants for female entrepreneurs who want to start a business. Folorunsho is also a writer and has written a few books. For instance, one of the books titled The Cry of Widows and Orphans and The University of Marriage, and also the Folorunsho Alakija Speaks, to mention a few. Now, Folorunsho's personal life would not be complete in this article without mentioning her husband, Mr. Modupe Alakija. Folorunsho and Modupe got married in November 1976. Their marriage is blessed with 4 sons and their grandchildren, and they reside in Lagos, Nigeria. Folorunsho holds so many awards and recognitions for her contribution to society. She holds 6 honorary degrees and a fellowship at the Yaba College of Technology. In July 2013, she was appointed as the Vice Chairman of Nigerian National Heritage Council and Endowment for Arts. She became the first female chancellor in Osun State University and Nigeria's first female chancellor on the 9th of March 2016. She is also one of the Lagos Business School's alumnus and a member of the Commonwealth and Investment Council Advisory Board. She is also an advisory board member for Center of African Studies, Harvard. On July 17, 2021, Benson Idahosa University, Benin City, bestowed on her an honorary doctorate degree in business administration. In conclusion, Folorunsho Alakija's story is a tale of hard work, determination, persistence, and courage. She was able to build up her marriage, raise an upstanding family, and build her empire. She also faced challenges in her life, but she conquered these challenges. She is living proof that success is not limited by gender, age, nationality, or financial backgrounds, but rather success is the product of courage to take risks and stand up strong in the face of adversity.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. We tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time. And I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with UAC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from UAC. It had set me on a discipline for working. And I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme. And I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from UAC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life, professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of Souq Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents, and we had so many tenants, and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me, and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They're in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. When you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now. I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6, 8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups want to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely, Governor Souq did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have, in the country. You can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, you just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And then once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now, let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
Hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there, that they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethoughts. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come out with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatments for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical, therapy, and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, Souq News TV.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
It's the World News reaching you live from our studios in Lagos, where we bring you details on economy, business, and development from around the world. I am Grace Komolafe. The African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, has successfully raised $303 million through its first-ever panda bond issuance in China's onshore market. The 3-year bond, priced at 2.99%, marks a significant milestone as Afreximbank becomes the second African issuer to tap into the Chinese bond market after Egypt's 3-year private placement in 2023. China has pledged more financial support for African nations, encouraging more issuers to enter the panda bond market. However, Aspart noted that only a few African institutions, such as Afreximbank and the African Development Bank, hold the investment grade ratings required to attract Chinese investors. The bond was led by the Bank of China, with joint underwriting by the Export-Import Bank of China and Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Proceeds from the bond will support Afrexim's general operations, with at least 20% retained in renminbi for use within China and the rest allocated to offshore projects. South Africa's ruling African National Congress and the Democratic Alliance have yet to reach an agreement on the national budget. The delay comes as before a key parliamentary committee debate testing the stability of the coalition formed last year. The budget, originally set for February, was postponed over a proposed 2-point increase in value-added tax. A revised plan suggesting a 1-point increase over 2 years has been rejected by major parties. Democratic Alliance leader John Hussein warned his party would oppose the budget without a written agreement on growth and spending reforms. Meanwhile, President Cyril Ramaphosa and Hussein are set to last for minutes, talks to break the deadlock. African Airlines recorded a 5.7% drop in air cargo demand in February 2025, according to the International Air Transport Association, IATA. This decline is in line with a broader global trend, where air cargo demand fell by 0.1%. IATA's report attributed these to the unique circumstances of February 2024, including the leap year and the surge in e-commerce. Meanwhile, capacity also decreased by 0.6% in Africa, with a slight drop of 0.4% in available cargo ton kilometers. International operations, however, showed a 1.1% increase in capacity, reflecting some regional growth in the global market.
Global air cargo demand has now experienced its first decline since mid-2023. Regional air cargo performance varied, with Europe, Asia, and transatlantic routes seeing growth, while Middle East, Asia, and African connections faced declines. IATA's Director General Willie Walsh pointed to February 2024's exceptional circumstances as a key factor in the global dip. Still in Africa, Kenya's annual inflation rate increased to 3.6% in March from 3.5% in February, according to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. On a monthly basis, inflation stood at 0.4%. The rise comes amid persistent economic challenges, including fluctuating fuel and food prices. Policymakers continue to monitor inflationary pressures as they balance economic growth with price stability. Analysts say the slight increase may not immediately impact interest rates, but could signal future cost of living concerns. The government is expected to outline further measures to curb rising prices in the coming months. Moving on, Ugandan shilling remained unchanged today, trading at 3,655 to 3,666 per dollar. Traders attributed the stability to low importer demand and moderate dollar inflows from coffee exports. Despite external economic pressures, the local currency has shown resilience, with minimal fluctuations in recent weeks. Analysts suggest that steady export earnings and cautious market activities have helped maintain stability. The Bank of Uganda continues to monitor foreign exchange trends, ensuring liquidity in the financial sector, while market participants expect the shilling to remain stable unless there is a surge in demand for foreign currencies. And now we'll take a break. We'll return to more stories. Please stay with us. Glad to know you're still with us, bringing you more stories. The Republic of Congo could double gas production by 2027. This is according to Standard & Poor S&P Global Commodity Insight at the Congo Energy and Investment Forum, SAFE 2025. The growth will be led by Wingwa, Banga, Kayo, and Ennis Marine 12 projects. Lucinda Rose from Standard & Poor's Global announced this at SELF, highlighting deep water gas role in Congo's strategy. She stressed the need for investment to sustain production growth. Marine 12 aims for 2.4 million metric tons of LNG yearly by 2025. Banga Kayo targets 30 billion cubic meters over 25 years. And in the Middle East, Saudi Aramco has kept its official shilling prices for liquefied petroleum gas unchanged for April, with propane at $615 per metric ton and butane at $605. In contrast, Algeria's Sonatrach has reduced its prices by 2 to 7% due to lower demand in the Mediterranean region. Traders report that Sonatrach's propane price dropped by $10 to $550 per ton, while butane fell by $40 to $545. Aramco's pricing serves as a benchmark for Middle Eastern LPG exports to Asia, while Sonatrach rates influence markets in the Mediterranean and Black Sea region. Industry analysts suggest that Sonatrach's price adjustment reflects weaker demand trends, while Aramco's decision to hold steady underscores market stability in Asia. And on trade concerns, Eurozone factory activity rose in March, signaling recovery, though growth may be short-lived due to US trade tariffs. The region's PMI hit nearly 49, edging closer to growth. In contrast, Asia saw declines, with Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan struggling. China's factories showed brief growth, driven by pre-tariff orders, but export except a slowdown once tariffs hit. U.S. President Trump's upcoming tariff announcement fueled global trade worries, and European countries saw some recovery while Britain faced sharp declines in manufacturing. Away from that, global passenger demand increased by nearly 6% in February compared to the previous year, according to the International Air Transport Association. The report showed total demand measures in revenue passenger kilometers rose by nearly 3%, while the capacity grew by 2%. The global load factor stood at just over 81%, reflecting a slight increase from last year. International air travel saw a rise of nearly 6%, while domestic demand declined by nearly 2%. The Middle East recorded a 3% growth in demand, with an increase in capacity and load factor. Meanwhile, Asia-Pacific carriers experienced the highest growth of nearly 10%, while North America saw a decline in both domestic and international traffic. IATA's Director General Will Walsh noted that despite the slight slowdown, February traffic reached an all-time high. He also emphasized the need for reforms in passenger rights regulations, particularly in Europe, where airlines continue to bear financial penalties even for delays caused by infrastructure failures. Senate Republicans push for Trump tax extension. These and more we'll bring to you after this break. Please stay with us.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshi. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
You're still watching the World News on the Souq News Television from our studio in Lagos. And now to the rest of the story. U.S. Senate Republicans are seeking approval from the chamber's nonpartisan referee to make President Donald Trump's 2017 tax cuts permanent, a move that could add over $4 trillion to the national debt. The plan, backed by Trump and top Republican leaders, aims to bypass Democratic opposition through a complex budget process, despite concerns over long-term fiscal consequences. Critics argue that extending the tax cut could deepen the nation's debt, which already stands at $36 trillion, while benefiting wealthier Americans. Senate Republicans, holding a narrow 53-47 majority, need Democratic support to pass most legislation, but the opposition has strongly condemned the plan. If the Senate parliamentarian rejects the proposal, Republicans may attempt to override the decision or push for a 10-year extension instead. The final version of the plan must also align with a different version already passed by the House of Representatives, setting the stage for a major legislative battle. Argentina is in advanced negotiations with the International Monetary Fund for a $20 billion agreement aimed at bolstering its foreign currency reserves and restoring investor confidence. Under Libertarian President Javier Milei, the country has been battling the effect of overspending, strict capital control since 2019, and ongoing market skepticism regarding its economic policies. Despite these efforts, traders remain anxious, leading to a drain of over $1 billion in reserves since mid-March, as speculation of a potential currency devaluation grows. The country's risk index surged by 62 points to 863, reflecting declining investor confidence, while peso futures and local bonds saw significant decline. Market analysts warn that without clear details on the IMF deal and foreign exchange policies, reserve losses may continue. The U.S. government announced it will review a $9 billion in funding for Harvard University, citing concerns over anti-Semitism on campus. The review followed similar action against Columbia University, which also faced protests related to the Israel-Hamas conflict. Harvard faces scrutiny over $255.6 million in contracts and $8.7 billion in grants from federal agencies. Education Secretary Linda McMahon criticized Harvard for allegedly failing to protect Jewish students from anti-Semitic harassment. She emphasized the importance of academic institutions prioritizing safety and free inquiry. Harvard President Alan Gurman disputed these claims, arguing that the university has strengthened its anti-Semitism policies in recent months. In parallel, Columbia University faced funding cuts, but agreed to certain government conditions on addressing anti-Semitism and policing campus protests. While some critics argue the actions may suppress free speech, others support the moves to protect students and restore order to campuses. And to conclude the news, we bring you sports story. Chelsea FC reported a pre-tax profit of £128 million for the year ending June 2024, reversing the previous year's loss of £90 million. The profit was mainly driven by the sale of the women's team and player registrations, totaling £152 million. Despite a drop in overall revenue due to missing Champions League football, match day and commercial revenues grew. The restructuring of the women's team, separating it as a standalone entity, played a key role in the club's financial recovery. And that ends the World News on Souq News Television. Do not forget, we are on all social media platforms at Souq News TV. Good afternoon, and thank you for watching. Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological, and ethnographical exhibits, among others.
particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing the connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain, him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Starling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Souq Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria plc, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced a move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil plc. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil plc and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power plc. Geregu Power plc became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank plc. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Souq, and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola's philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicants for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I've done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this the reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask then to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025, so that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then, unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended aspect, amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill, but how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that have been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that custom should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collected. Custom, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill is passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the state internal revenue service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the state revenue service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the state internal revenue service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is the question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be barred from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it, is encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, and ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which should have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have a technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less, and it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seeing himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of the Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it, but with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who has been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now, the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own, have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representative into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problems between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue, and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect, but they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as Joint Tax Board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my concern is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individuals, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those impositions of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain. And then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because that the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are relying on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute projects, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT. What you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passed into law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in prices will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you're looking for a job. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the state in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong, and then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that need to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in a simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some state than in some other state. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe recharge card and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That will make it to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60%, maybe 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the cross of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Right now, 20%.
And it has been jack up. And the declaration has been jack up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy would have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion is that they will just go back to a pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy. And that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy would be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%, 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that will show that, yeah, we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL Fund. NEL Fund. So NEL Fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL Fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL Fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED Fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL Fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to phase them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED Fund will not be getting anything. Well, from that 27 to 29, they said TED Fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED Fund. It is only NEL Fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So So you can see that by 2029, all these three agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be passed out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are going to working on target, how can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NELFON, even before transferring everything to NELFON, NELFON is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as third point is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university college education polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fees. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester in Nigeria here. Some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go to go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either tell one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NELFON to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And the method is very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation. And even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How will that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I am of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third point, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other day. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third fund, which is like reducing what third fund is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third fund is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NEL fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay, then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%, saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%, and then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay, so that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meeting with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small their contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I say, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. So there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered, to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that, that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you see 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain these figures. But you can see some sign of it. And you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net. And then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue of sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are first to raise alarm, and they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. So I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. And the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position. position or the worry they expressed just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. And even that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, which will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by these bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that. But even by virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to Tom Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he doesn't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust band that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. It remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 26. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans, like targets, you have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître et partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda. Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely adjured as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout favorite, I think I would say that I like to jog on the spot. I love yoga, as you said.
Yeah.
But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planking.
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side is not so. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of AS Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So moving, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Souq Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the boat abolition in 1986. These resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attack on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for Souq News.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Lawi addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are three reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances, unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationship with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is the need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for Souq News.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.